Yeah, 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 yeah. I will give you the world. Well, baby. Baby girl, you just gotta be worth it. Uh. You don't gotta be perfect. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You just gotta be worth it. Yeah, 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 yeah. I will give you the world. What's up, TikTok? What's up, Facebook? What's up, YouTube? Let's go. Catch me on the block, baby, block, baby. Do you know what? If I play music, would it end my stream or something? Let me not play music. I'll just say that, catch me on the block, baby, yeah, catch me on the block, baby. What's up, Zoe? What's up, too, brother? What's up, Brits? What's up, Patrick Smith? Thank you guys for joining the live. We're live with State of Deception Live. Okay. I'm starting to really get the hang of this. Like, now we're really boosting. We're boosting in the algorithm, guys. What's up, Lorna G? What's up, Brilliant Guy? What's up, Noisy Boy? What's up, Asset Painter? Huey here, guys. Is the first 18 plus USA's better than the UK or USA? Excuse me, USA versus UK live, which is good. We'll see how the numbers do. What's up, L? What's up, Neil Mac? What's up, Roxy Bear? We want all the smoke. Hey, we want all the smoke. Hey, we want all the smoke. What's up, Philip? What's up, Muffet Ward? Thank you everyone for coming into the live. What's up, June? Some comments in this live are filtered to protect the community experience. Oh, don't do that, guys. Control yourself. Neil Mac 209 says, have 500,000 Ys, as in rhymes with banks, go into medical bankruptcy every year. 500,000. That's literally nothing, and medical bankruptcy is good. So that's hilarious. Lacey Costa joined the live. Thank you, Lacey. Brit says, love your vids about Lucy Letby. Appreciate it. I've got a lot of videos to release, actually. A lot. I probably will release like 3 or 4 videos after this live. I'm gonna do a live reaction after this to it's on the YouTube reaction. Why America's poorest state is richer than Britain. That should be lovely. Great Britain T says he doesn't think the live's for him. I think it is for you, mate. I think you should come on and discuss your point of view, and I don't see any reason why you shouldn't. Philip Calderbank says, I'm from the UK. The USA is better than the UK. Bow. Shots fired. It's true. Okay. How long have you spent living in America? In total, in my entire life, probably like 2 years, probably like a year and a half. Recently, probably like a year. And very recently, 3 months. Joshy says, it's not because the UK trained American Special Forces, not to mention. We don't care about the UK Special Forces, bro. We don't care. I'm so tired of that argument. The USA had to get trained to do one training session with the Special Forces, so the whole country... No. And Cat's Curry is not to offend people. It's to awaken and enlighten people that we are living in... A lot of us are living in a state of deception. You see what I did there? So... I'd appreciate if everyone could like the live. Now, if you want to get a better viewing quality, you can always watch on YouTube at State of Deception. We're live on YouTube right now. We've got 52 people in the live. Guys, tap the screen to like the live and share the live with your friends. Jay says, as someone who lived in both countries, the UK is 10 times better than the US. 10 times better, guys. Did you hear that? Ignore the economy, ignore the legal system, ignore the rights, ignore how small it is, ignore the weather, ignore the wages, ignore the medical system, ignore the housing crisis. Just ignore it all, guys. Remember, just ignore it in the UK and it goes away. Pretend it doesn't exist and just keep repeating the mantra. NHS good, UK good, USA bad. Just keep repeating the mantra, guys, and it will make it true. If enough people believe it, it will become true. So the majority of your life you haven't lived in America, but you think it's better. Yes, basically, because it's not even hard to realize it's better. It's just us being abhängig von, that's what they say in German. We're dependent upon the socialist teat of the state in the UK, and that's the stupor from which we must awaken and sufficiently shake off of our being if we want to improve the status of the civilization we live in. Leighton says, nah mate, don't want my kid getting blamed. Yeah, real you see, this is the... Anyway. Philip says, yep, the UK government are trying to get rid of free speech. It's becoming... I don't think it's becoming an Islamic state. Chrono says, I think the UK is S-hole, but the US is even worse. Why do you think that? That's strange. Phantom Blacked has come back to get spanked. Phantom wants to get blacked because he likes being defeated by me. He comes to get defeated every time. Keto says, sure, UK has a lot of issues, but America has plenty. Also, every country has issues. Chrono says, why are you only concerned with these two countries? There's plenty better countries than both. Oh, there's method to the madness. The show is called State of Deception, so obviously it's a bit of a play on words. These are two countries that I frequent, two countries that I'm sufficiently knowledgeable about, two countries that are the beacons of the Enlightenment, modern Enlightenment, beacons of modern legal system, culturally relevant. I mean, it's quite obvious, why these two countries are so relevant, and I think it's interesting to compare and contrast them because there's so many fundamental differences between the countries now that it's interesting to peruse what those differences are and how they came about and why we see such different outcomes, or beginning to see such different outcomes between the countries over the past 30 years, especially. Dylan says, I mean, we're already a US vassal state. I mean, that's like wishful thinking. Chrono says they're both just YT Saxon countries. Yes, Anglo-Saxon heritage countries, they both are indeed. Jay, how can you think the US is better? Because, I've just elucidated that. Chrono says, lol, just a bunch of spiel. Chrono is showing his lack of intelligence. Dylan says, I prefer having somewhat of a public transport, unlike American. Okay. Amy says, UK is better. It has an uncodified, flexible constitution. That's worse. That's far worse. Jay says, are you not going to add me? I will add you. Are we at 1k likes yet? Nowhere near. We need to get to 1k likes, guys. Chrono says, what makes a white Saxon better? Chrono, your comprehension is very poor. Mike says, you can't even drink tap water. Okay, there's barely even water fountains in the UK. Like when you go around, when do you see a place? Where do you see places in the UK where you can just go to a water fountain? It's very rare. Maybe on a school playground. So you can't really talk about drinking water. They don't have taps to drink from in the UK. Frank says England. USA better than you. Well, okay. I don't think those two things are comparable. Me and the USA. Amy says, how is that worse to prevent social change? No, it doesn't, because change happens at a state level most flexibly. And the things that you would be changing in the Constitution are considered to be the inalienable rights of human beings. So why would you want to change people's inalienable rights? Steve says, who else is on the bog? Lox Lux says, UK is best, no guns everywhere, it's my home, I love it. Okay, that's great, I'm glad you like it. Tariq says, do you believe in karma? No. Ria says US is definitely worse. Anthony says, I'd rather live in Russia, a lot more freedom. Oh yeah, Russia, where you get arrested if you question the state. Russia, where you can't even fly an LGBT flag, is that the place where you think has more freedom? Chrono says, I don't think the USA wants you, mate. The USA is not an individual. It's not a sentient being. So I don't think it can want me or not want me. Are you talking about the US citizens? I don't think it matters if the US citizens necessarily want me. Although it kind of would matter in terms of my ability to integrate into the society. But I'm an individual. I'm not dependent upon mobs or groups to be successful. Marmalade Jar says, is Marmalade Jar allowed to be in here? Marmalade Jar, what kind of marmalade are we talking about? Are we talking about orange marmalade? Isn't jam a kind of marmalade? So I like jam, but I don't know about orange marmalade. Phantom Black says, dystopian having your kids doing active shooter drills. Is that all you got, dystopian? Phantom, really? Come on, Phantom, man. Come on, Phantom. You can do better. You've done better. Come on, Phantom. You know that's low-hanging fruit. Bounty Hunter says, Union flag is upside down. I know that's just to troll you. There have been 6 mass shootings in the US so far this month. Okay. Amy says, we're getting a lot of comments coming in quickly. I just want to read what Amy says. 99 new message. Hold on. Amy says, our constitution allows amendments to be made to our current laws to fit today's society's changes. There is no UK constitution. There's no formal, like you said, there's no formal codified constitution, which is a bad thing. The laws that are being changed are not in the spirit of the people. The way that the UK system is set up means that the party in power can create laws to change things, but they're not necessarily laws that the citizens want. So it's poorer in terms of representative democracy. Granted, you can change things quicker, but they're also very difficult to reverse because you would effectively have to reverse a bill that was passed previously in Parliament, and that requires analysis of the previous bill and overwriting of the previous bill. It's just very unnecessary. It leads to overwhelming amounts of unnecessary legislation that inherently contradicts each other, and then that the understanding and interpretation thereof is thereby delegated to the courts, and the courts, of course, I don't think are sufficiently well-meaning or sufficiently capable of determining what the proper interpretation of a law is, especially with so many bureaucratic statutes to compare and contrast with respect to proportionality, and that is not good. That is bad. That is why we have a bloated bureaucracy in the UK. Okay, Kronos says, can you please make one good point? Kronos, just be more intelligent, okay? And stop projecting. Okay, Moody God says we have the Magna Carta. The Magna Carta has been overwritten by case law precedent and by new bills and acts of parliament. Well, new acts of parliament. That's the problem. So the Magna Carta would have given. I mean, you see, this argument happens a lot where people are like, well, you know, we do have a constitution. Look at the Magna Carta. It's like, we don't. That's the problem. Why is it ambiguous as to whether we have a constitution? Have you guys ever thought about that? Don't you think it would be better to have no ambiguity as to what our constitutional rights are in the UK? Yes, it would be better. That's why we need a new Bill of Rights. Okay. Okay, I'm going to block you now, Kronos, because you're just talking nonsense. Okay, let's continue. I'm on a roll, baby. Okay. Gary Dude says, what do you think is the biggest problem in the UK right now? Population density, 100%. Population density, and if I had to narrow it down a bit further, I would say left-wing politics. But that's very broad, and I don't like saying that. I'm trying to become more fair with that, because I don't like just classifying everything as left-wing, because then everyone thinks I'm an idiot. And it's not that's a simplification of it, but effectively it's a overbloated state, which is typically caused by left-wing politics. And sometimes the people who purport to be on the right support left-wing politics, especially in the UK. Annie says, get lost, is it heck? Okay. Alicia says, the UK is so racist and I live here. Okay. Benjamin says, I'm British and I live in USA. I think the USA is better. I missed that. Phantom Black says, be precise with what politics you don't like. Yes, I don't like politics that unnecessarily increase the size of the state and increase people's dependence on the state without proper cause. Is that fair? Coach says, name 5 reasons why the USA is better. Okay, it's bigger, so there's more land mass, there's more land, which means there's more land you can buy. The land is cheaper. The land has more mineral wealth that you are actually able to extract. That's 1. You have freedom of speech. That's 2. There's more economic freedom and stability and a better economy. That's 3. There is more diversity of landscape, but I'll keep that in the first one. The medical system is better. That's 4, because it has a mixed healthcare model. Number 5, right to bear arms. And exactly, I didn't even say freedom of speech. So, did I say freedom? No, I said freedom of speech. Villa says UK without London is a 4th world country. Exactly, and it's very interesting because the video we're going to be reacting to, guys, let me pull this up for the YouTube viewers. Let me get to some of the YouTube comments as well. Jenny says, American here. My country is so vast. Since divided by states, so different in every state. It's hard to compare. I live in the Midwest. My state is mostly rural. We have the same corruption as UK. We have more in common than you think. Yes, corruption exists everywhere. And Jenny says rural America would welcome me. Thank you very much, Jenny. So, as I was saying, if you can see this on YouTube, this is the video we're going to be reacting to. So this is interesting. In fact, can you see this one, Fiona Gherkin on female psychopaths in the workplace? This is for the YouTube viewers because we're streaming live on YouTube right now. This is another one I'm going to react to with respect to my daughter's case. So this is going to be really good. Stick around. We'll probably react to this one on an NHS live. And then this one, why America's poorest state is richer than Britain. Did you hear that, guys? Why America's poorest state, which I believe is Mississippi, is richer than Britain. So this is what we'll be reacting to subsequent to the live debate. And to make it a debate, let's get some guests on. So we got Frankie, and let's see what Frankie have to say. We've got 60 people live, guys. Remember to tap the screen. It helps boost us in the algorithm. What's up? Oh, Rias,
What's
what's
up,
up?
bro?
What's up?
As an American, I just have to disagree with you. And also, because I am American, I can use this opportunity, like you as a person that lives in the UK, educate me on why you think the UK, I mean, not the UK, the USA is better than.
So what is your you said you disagree? Or what is your disagreement based on?
I disagree.
Yeah, what's your disagreement based on?
My disagreement is based on the current criminal justice system is very flawed, as every American in here knows it. Our current world leader isn't good at all. He constantly defies the Constitution. And along with that, if you actually look in most American cities, a lot of people are still advocating for things such as housing. People are still like, there's still a crazy poverty situation going on here, and our healthcare system isn't as good as you
None of
think
those
it is.
statements were reasons because you didn't make any comparison to the UK.
Okay, for example, like the healthcare system in the US, I think the mixed healthcare system is stupid. And unlike the UK, whereas I'm assuming it's can you tell me, because I don't want to assume anything wrong.
So you think that the healthcare system in the USA is stupid, but you don't know what the healthcare system is in the UK.
I mean, I'm assuming it is not public, right? It's private.
You think the healthcare system in the UK is private?
I'm asking if it's public or private. I'm
No,
pretty
but
sure it's public.
I'm not trying to put you too much on the spot. I'm trying to be fair to you, but how can you say that one thing is better than something else if you don't know what the other thing is?
I do know what it is. I'm just
Okay.
making sure I get the terminology right.
The terminology of what?
Your healthcare system, is it not a public system that is
Yes,
provided by
it's
the
a
government?
single payer healthcare system. Yeah.
Right, and I think that is better than the mixed healthcare model that we have here,
Why?
because there's constant issues with Medicaid. People obviously get disparities with Medicaid versus private healthcare systems. It's also reported that if you do have a private healthcare system, you are going to get better healthcare than people who are on Medicaid and
So so
whatever other.
so you think that because you get better care if you have private insurance compared to Medicaid, that makes the system of the US's healthcare system worse than the UK's healthcare system, even though if you go private in the UK, you also get better care than if you don't go private.
Well, I'm saying that because it's this disparity in healthcare quality. I'm saying like you shouldn't have to essentially pay for someone to have better healthcare. You should have a standard of healthcare.
But that applies in the UK and in the USA where you can pay more to have better quality healthcare.
Well, the thing is, though, at least in the UK, and you can correct me if this, you have the option to. You have
No,
an option to see private people if you want to. In America, it's a forced option. And I'm
no, that's
saying
the other
this.
way around. You don't have the. You must pay for your healthcare to the government. You have no option. In the UK, in the USA, you have the option. I mean, you pay a little bit in terms of Medicaid and Medicare contributions, but you generally have more freedom of choice with respect to your healthcare expenses in the USA than in the UK.
I mean, that's like I said, that's just freedom of choice, but not healthcare quality. I shouldn't have to pay more, if that makes sense. I shouldn't have to pay a higher premium to someone so I can get the same healthcare or a better healthcare. I think it's
That applies in
unethical.
the UK as well.
I know it. I'm just saying it's unethical,
You
but
think
at
that
least
it's
with the UK,
unethical that the UK has the option that you can go private?
I didn't say that.
That is exactly
I
what you
said
just
it.
said.
I no, I didn't say that. I said it
Yes, it
is
is.
unethical to have a mixed practice because people shouldn't have to pay higher premiums to get better healthcare. The
Exactly, but
healthcare standard
in
should
the
just be.
UK, you can pay higher premiums to get better healthcare. So that is exactly what you said. You are saying
So do you? Does the UK either have a mixed healthcare or a public? That's what my question is now.
the UK has a single payer healthcare system, which means even if you go private, you still have to pay. Basically, you still have to pay full taxes contributions towards the NHS. So it's a single payer system. Everybody pays into the system.
I know because you're paying it with your taxes. I'm saying in the US, we're not paying our healthcare with our taxes. We have to pay out of pocket for better healthcare.
Yes, I know, but I just explained to you that your argument is that it's worse because you can pay more money to get better healthcare, and that applies in the UK as well because you can pay more money to get private healthcare, but you still have to pay tax contributions towards healthcare.
And like I said, as an American, I don't know what exactly goes on in your healthcare system. I don't know the rates of disparity in your healthcare system. I'm saying I know the American one, which is bad. Like I'm
It's
saying,
not bad.
it shouldn't in America.
Yeah, it's not bad. It has one of the best qualities of healthcare in the world, if not the best. It's
Are you,
definitely in competition for the best.
you sure? So the person that has to rely on Medicaid, which is constantly getting cut, doesn't cover certain things. A lot of things could be out of network. That that's good.
Can you name a single thing that Medicaid doesn't cover that the NHS does?
It depends on your Medicaid. Like I'm not the healthcare expert, but I'm saying like for
But you
some
just said
Medicaid.
that there's things that it doesn't cover, so there's a presumption there that those things would be covered by the NHS. So can you name any of those things?
Okay, for example, for certain types of therapy, it is not covered by Medicaid. Certain
What
operations
therapy?
isn't covered. Behavior, certain types of behavior therapy, certain types of therapists aren't available in the same network. That's like certain types of dentists aren't available under the certain network. It just really just depends.
Both of those apply to the NHS as well.
I know, but I'm saying at least in
So you
America.
obviously don't know because you haven't raised a single proper point.
If I literally said to you that people in America are facing crazier health disparities because we're under threat more than the UK, like let me put it to you more simpler, right? There are more people in the US right now that are scared of going to medical debt than people are in the UK. That's not a debate.
That
If
doesn't
I
mean that
go,
the system is worse
it does mean that
there are
it's
more
worse
people.
because
No,
more
no, no, no.
people.
Because there's the question of the cost, and then there's a question of the quality. So when you say that it's better, are you saying that it's better in quality, or are you saying that it's better because it's cheaper? Those two different things.
I say the UK system of healthcare is better because not only one, it is cheaper. I think for the citizens that live in the UK is more effective for them for cost.
So
If that's right.
so your argument is if something is cheaper, it's therefore better.
I didn't say that. I said because it is cheaper, it is a more beneficial
That's the
system.
fundamental base simplification or basis of your argument is that you think that if it's more expensive, that means it's worse. But how have you come to
I'm
that
not saying
conclusion?
that that is worse because it's more expensive. I'm saying because
That
it
is what you're
causes the
saying.
financial disparity. I'm saying because it causes a higher financial disparity on Americans than UK citizens. The healthcare system is worse in America. That is the exact system. This is the exact reason why the United Healthcare CEO got kaboomed by Luigi because people are tired of these practices that the healthcare providers are doing in America.
Is that your argument? Because somebody killed someone, but the system's worse, and because
Why
you
are
said it
you
created,
minimizing my
you said it
argument? Why
created.
you're minimizing my
I'm
argument? I hope you
also
know that.
responding to the other part of your argument, which is that you said it creates disparities. So because something creates disparity, that means it's what. So you're saying because some people have more expensive healthcare and some people don't have more expensive healthcare, that means that the healthcare they're getting is worse, which again circles back to the same argument that there's a difference between the cost of something and whether it's better or not. Do you understand that you keep making an argument based on the cost, but you're not explaining how the actual system is worse? You're explaining that it costs more for some people. I'll give you an example, right? Let's say I want to buy a car and I'm trying to figure out what car to buy. And one car is complete, it sucks. It's got a faulty exhaust, the clutch needs changing and replacing. It's got a windscreen crack. And I'm like, hey man, this is only $10 right here, right? And then I got another car and it's cost $4,000, but it's generally functioning. And some people can't afford the $4,000 car. Does the fact that one car is $10 mean that the car is better than the $4,000 car?
No, and I'm not
No, it means
poising
it's
the
cheaper,
argument like that.
right?
I need you. No, no, time out, time out, time out. I need you to understand where my argument is coming from.
No, I
Yes, I did
understand
say
it. That's
because
why I'm
it's
able
cheap.
to respond to it.
Yeah, I said that it's cheaper because it's better because, like I said, the people in the UK, if they have a medical emergency, they don't have to pay
You're struggling.
out of pocket essentially if something
You're
happens.
struggling.
Unlike in America, if something happens to me right now, yes, I do have like healthcare insurance right now, but let's say I didn't
You're talking
at all.
about the cost again. So please address the question that I just asked you. If a car is $10, but it has significant issues with it, and another car is $4,000, but it has no issues, is the car that's $10 better simply because more people can afford it?
Obviously not, but
Okay,
I'm
that's
saying
the argument you're making.
that's not the argument I'm making. You're,
Yes, it is.
you're misinterpreting my argument. I'm saying
No, I'm
because healthcare is far more affordable in the UK, more people aren't going to go into financial disparity because they want an operation done on them. That's not a hard take to admit. Do you even know how much healthcare costs in the US?
Have you hit
Are you going to answer my question?
Have you hit your head today?
No, I haven't. Do you know how much healthcare costs in the US?
Yes, it's roughly $8,000 a year per person.
Why are you lying?
Do you want me to break down the numbers for you?
Go ahead, because it's not. But okay.
Yes, it is. So
from what source?
I've actually calculated it from two different sources. You can do it from the total expenditure per person, and then you can factor in the how much the employers subsidize it. It's roughly to the tune of 50%, because approximately I think it's 65% of people get employer subsidies, and they subsidize usually to the tune of between 75 and 85%, which when you average out for both of that, it's about 50% that employers subsidize it, and the number that you'll usually get given is $13,500 around that. So when you factor in how much the employers subsidize by, you get around for the premiums, you get around $6,500 to $7,000. Then you factor in tax contributions towards healthcare is approximately $1,000, and then you factor in the average out-of-pocket expenditure, which is approximately $1,700. So you get between around $7,000 to $8,500. That's how much healthcare costs the average citizen.
Okay, cool. Now,
Yeah.
when
So-
I ask you this,
so
what is the
no?
no?
So
Time
the
out.
point I was just
What is the average?
raising.
Time out.
Don't tell me time out. This is my live. I'll time you out. So the point I just asked you that you still haven't responded to is, why do you keep making a comparison between the quality and the cost? You keep saying that because it's cheaper for some people, that it's better. But that's the argument that's the same argument, the analogy that I just made about the car, that applies perfectly to the reasoning that you're using.
I know it applies perfectly. What I'm saying and what I keep trying to tell you, I'm not. Yes, my argument does sound like the cheaper it is, the better it is. Which honestly, yes, in healthcare that is true, because like I keep repeating, I shouldn't have to pay a higher premium to get better service.
So healthcare
my original
in
point
Rwanda,
that you missed. Hold on.
So healthcare in Rwanda is better than healthcare in the UK then?
No.
But it's cheaper.
And we both know that.
But it's cheaper.
You're dumbing down my argument, and I feel like you're not.
Your argument is dumb. I don't have to dumb it down. All I'm doing is exposing it. That's the argument. I'm just breaking it down to the simple reasoning.
I'm not saying. I'm literally not saying that. You're trying to say that
exactly what you're saying.
Because it's cheaper. I'm literally
exactly what you're saying.
You're not understanding it though.
No.
Do we both speak English? I'm
gets,
saying
it gets okay.
It is.
Do you want me to play you your own voice back on the live stream that's playing right now on my YouTube?
I don't want you to do that.
No,
you don't
let's
need to
do
do that
it.
because I know what I said. No,
let's do it. No. You
If
said you know what you said.
less
Let's make
expensive
sure.
for you,
Let's
it is
make
better,
sure
especially
that we're
in
on
terms
the same
of
page.
healthcare. Why would you want to pay more for healthcare? Why?
Let's make sure. It's,
Do you want me to play you your own voice back? The cheaper it is, the better it is. Which honestly, yes, in healthcare that is true. I said yes, in healthcare that is true. If I do not have to pay as much money for something in terms of healthcare, it is better. But like I said, and me and you can agree on this, ethically speaking, it is not right that more people are paying more money to have better healthcare. That's unethical.
It's too easy.
You didn't prove nothing.
Final thoughts?
I said in terms of healthcare.
Final thoughts?
I don't have any final thoughts. You just don't understand my point.
Oh, you don't have any final thoughts. So you didn't have any thoughts in
No,
the beginning.
bye.
You didn't have any thoughts in the middle. And you didn't have any thoughts in the end because you just made the same point over and over again and then denied making that point. Let's get on to the next guest. What's up, Frankie? Okay. Aim says poorer people would rather wait than have no choice but to pay thousands out of pocket. Well, you have other choices, and it depends on how poor you are. So it's more nuanced than simply saying poorer people would rather wait. I think actually poorer people would rather pay. Most poor people in the UK that are on the US, that are on the waiting list, usually say stuff like, I think I'd rather just pay to get the healthcare, and that's why so many people are going private now, even though it's difficult to afford it. for many people. Jordan says the NHS has spiraled due to growing population and funding being misused. That is true. Stoic Critic says the UK has been conquered. It has been conquered, unfortunately, by people who are not Stoic critics. They are brainwashed. What's up, BC? Hello.
Hello. Right. Why do you think the USA is better than the UK?
Because it's an economic powerhouse. It's a geographical wonder. It has the best legal system. It provides the most freedom for its citizens. And you got 2A, baby.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting there. That's my bad.
That's all right.
But geographical, what do you mean by that?
It has a diverse landscape that is essentially self-sufficient. Like the US could theoretically be isolationist. Like it has everything on its landmass. It wouldn't necessarily need to import anything, theoretically speaking. And it has beautiful coastlines on both coasts. It has pretty much every type of geography and climate. It has rainforests. It has mountains. It has deserts. It has the most fresh. I think it has the most fresh water in the world, other than Canada. Definitely, North American continent has the most fresh water. And it's a landscape that has been well traversed, but also has sufficient infrastructure to allow you to traverse it. It is, it's just a marvel of a nation.
And what is so bad about the UK? To which it isn't on the same level in your eyes to America.
I'm not saying the UK is bad. I'm saying that it's inferior in terms of it's less modern, because it was built. It was built for like horse and carriage. Like that's why all the roads are so small and the houses are small. Like it's just. I think a lot of things are just outdated, and I think that the worst thing that's outdated is the mentality of people. They're kind of stuck in like the 1950s and 1970s. Mentally, but then there's still the pernicious rise of leftist hysteria. So you got the people have a mindset in terms of development that's stuck in like the 70s, but then you've got the leftist hysteria. It's like you're just getting the worst of all of the modernity without the economic development that should come along with the progression.
Yeah, about the mentality part, how apparently the UK stuck in the 1970s. Isn't that more of a generation thing compared to a geographical thing?
I think it's caused by ignorance.
I think it's as in what causes this ignorance?
Propaganda.
Isn't America known more for propaganda?
Yes. There is propaganda anywhere you go, but you asked me what do I think is causing the particular ignorance that's stagnating development in the UK, and I think that's caused by propaganda. If you ask me what causes American foreign policy to be so interventionist, I would say that's also caused by propaganda. So, I'm not saying that US citizens are not propagandized. I'm just saying that particular issue, I think, in the UK is caused by propaganda.
I see. Another thing, I just want to go back onto how you were saying they were really self-sufficient. Why is it then that they put harmful chemicals in their food like Red 40, which is known for giving cancer to people, whereas in places like the UK it is banned? Why does America think it's all right to do that?
Can you name some food that Red 40's in?
Takis, I know they're in them. Quite a lot of drinks. There's, I don't know the specific chemical, I'll be frank, but there are, if you look at for example, the McDonald's fries in America compared to the UK, you can see a large difference in the colouring, the size, as it's not from natural potatoes, it's made from genetically grown potatoes compared to UK's farm grown, out in the open potatoes.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're talking about food quality on average, then the food quality is better in the UK, but you don't have to eat that food. Are you suggesting that the government should intervene to control what food people eat? Like
Well,
in
they did it
terms
in
of,
the UK. They've done it in multiple other countries. I don't understand why they can't do it in America.
I think like certain things, yeah, they can intervene. I think definitely it's a strong point to say that the food quality needs to improve. I don't know necessarily the best way to improve it. I personally think maybe more people should be dependent on their own their own labor, maybe for subsistence, or even just local cooperatives and local farms. When I'm in the USA, I always shop with local farms, or I shop with the Amish. So
Yeah.
I think it's and education would help that as well. People understanding what the proper human diet is and what they shouldn't eat. I don't find myself consuming Red 40 when I'm in the United States at all. So I think it's a matter of the information a person has access to as well.
So are you in America time to time or
Yeah,
permanent
not all the
residence?
time, just sometimes.
So what ratio would you say you live in America compared to the UK?
I mean, if you're talking about over my whole life, it's like 95% UK, 5% USA. If you're talking about past 3 years, it's like maybe 30% USA, 70%, maybe 40% USA, 60% UK, something like that.
All right, I see. Okay, what part of USA were you in?
So most recently I was in South Carolina, but I've been to quite a few different states now.
Have you ever been to places like Chicago or Florida or
I've spent
Miami?
I spent one night in Chicago. I haven't been to Miami, but I've been to Fort Lauderdale, which is approximately 45 minutes away. I've been to so Florida. I've been there. I've been to Chicago for one night. Yeah.
Isn't there a lot more gun crime in America? Well, obviously, compared to the UK, there's a massive increase. The school shooters, all the rest of it. But
Yeah, there is more gun
would
crime for sure.
like safety wise, wouldn't the UK be better? Really?
If you're talking about safety in terms of not getting killed, yes, the UK would be better. If you're suggesting that there's an actual likelihood of you getting killed, then I would argue that if you're concerned about getting killed, there's a certain threshold after which you probably shouldn't be concerned. And I think the UK is at that threshold. USA is at that threshold where it doesn't even matter after that. Like the likelihood of you getting killed is like what, like 0.001% or something like that. So it's like at that point, I'm just like, it's probably a bit higher than that actually. Maybe it's like 0.2% in a given year, something like that.
Is that actual statistics or
I
just
think
an
it's I think
estimation?
it's 0.22 likelihood of you being no likelihood of you being killed is 0.02%. The likelihood of you being shot is 0.22%. And then the likelihood of you being
So
killed in the UK is like 0.005%, I think.
yeah. So is this from past years, 2020, like four, or is this from this current year?
That would be like
Because I
recent.
know
That
there's
would be
been a
like recent
surge in.
stats. Generally
They're like,
speaking, the likely no, I think the homicide. So the homicide rate in the USA, I believe, is about 3 times higher than the UK.
yeah,
Maybe more. It may be a lot more. But the violent crime rate overall is like four. I know the violent crime rate is about 4 times higher.
right. Because obviously, you see all these people. It's like school shooting. There's kids under 11 getting shot. The kids that have never done anything wrong in their life, they're getting shot
I mean, that's
just
kind of a
from.
bit of a niche example. The kids that have never
Yeah,
done
yeah.
anything wrong are getting shot. I mean, what? Maybe could you substantiate that claim? Are you saying that has happened before, or are you saying that's like a common thing?
I wouldn't say it's common, but I'd say it does happen quite a lot. I mean, for example, in America, you have to go through like gun drills and stuff and like learn how to barricade the doors. In the UK, I mean,
Have you have
the
you ever
close
have you ever
like
thought about any of the other like thousands of things you can discuss when you talk about America? Because you guys always say the same stuff. No offense, but like, there's so much other
yeah.
interesting things.
Okay, I can try. I can try going on to something else.
Every live, you guys just say the same things. It's such a small aspect of what makes America a great place to be.
Yeah, no problem. I'll switch it up then. Right. You know what? I'll come back another day.
All right, no worries.
I'll come back another day with a few more statistics. Anyway, mate, you were
Got you,
very
bro.
kind. Nice speaking to you.
No worries, bro. Take care of yourself. I find myself going over the same things, and it confuses me that I almost see it. This is gonna be a wild take. I almost see it kind of like how people view racism, like, you know, like imagine, okay, you know, like have you ever seen, like, witnessed racism? Like you got a friend or you know someone, and then you're like, oh, this guy, like he's got flaws, he's good, but, and then someone's just like, oh, you know, your people are like this, or they say like a racial epithet or something like to one of your friends, and you're just like, my friend is so much more than your stereotype. Like that's kind of how I view it when people just talk about guns. I'm just like, how can you simplify a place like to just school shooting? Like it just seems ignorant to me. And I'm not saying people that do it are ignorant. I'm just saying it just comes off. I feel like it's just intellectually lazy. MF says cops and Sky Media is all UK sees about USA. Rugby says people often don't understand guns or gun violence. So all Red says let's debate. Let's debate then, Red. Guys, tap the screen please and share the live as well. What's up, Red?
How you doing? How are you?
I'm good.
Good to hear, man. So you believe that the USA is better than UK?
Overall, yeah.
Okay. You know the way the average middle class household in the USA, both the mother and the father have to work two jobs just to sustain the, you know, two kids and two cars and the house. That's not in the UK.
How have you come to that conclusion?
No, that's a fact.
No. Where have you got that information from?
It's a fact. It's online. The average household in America, yeah, the average household in America needs two jobs for the mother and two jobs for the father to sustain a household, two cars, and two cars, a household, and two children.
Really?
And why are you laughing at that? Yeah.
You just pulled out your ass, man.
No, I didn't. See, here's the funny thing is that you're pulling all of this out your ass and you're spoofing.
Hey, is this your first time coming on my live?
Yeah, it is. Right, we'll move on to something else.
So you think I'm pulling this stuff out my ass?
Oh, big time, man! I think you're talking.
but you just said that it's easier for two parents to raise children in the UK without having to have jobs. So you're essentially implying that UK parents have more disposable income than US parents.
Can you like go back on the live where I said it was easier?
No, I'm asking you. Are you
no,
suggesting?
Sorry, you're now paraphrasing me wrong.
Are you suggesting that UK parents have more disposable income than US parents?
What I said was the average household in America,
yes,
to sustain the house, the two children, and two cars, they need 4 jobs in total for that household to run.
Yes. So can you see, I'm just going to break it down for you. So can you see how the inference there is that they get more money for doing less work? Do you see the inference there?
They get more money for working harder.
No. Think about it. By suggesting that they need to have more jobs to sustain the lifestyle that a UK citizen would have, you are suggesting that they do more work to get the same amount of money, right?
Yeah, so therefore they live.
So that's why I'm asking you about disposable income, because by that logic, after they get the money and spend on the things that they need, they would have less money than a UK citizen, right? According to your logic.
American people work harder for their money. UK people are more lazy.
Okay. But I'm saying, do they have, after they've done the work, who has more money left over?
I would imagine they would, but because they have to work harder for it.
And so you believe that do you believe that the average wage is higher in the UK?
I would say that in America, it's more than likely. No, actually, I would say the UK is higher because there's a reason why the tipping system came in place is because people were getting ridiculous minimum wage in America. That's why the tipping came in place.
So you think that let me just get this straight. You think that the average wage is higher in the UK than in the USA?
I would say for middle and lower class, yeah.
What, when you say lower class?
Like as in it's a skewed demographic that you're doing because there's more millionaires in America than there is.
Wait,
so
what percentile do you think? At what percentile do you think US citizens become richer? So do you think like so you're saying you think the bottom 10% of UK citizens are richer, the bottom 20% of UK citizens. At what percentile do you think that US citizens start to become richer?
Okay, well, right. Let's put it this way then, right? Right? In UK, would you have like, as in children that have to go through metal detectors?
Now you're changing the subject. Now you're changing the subject. So, do you think what percentile level do you think US citizens become richer than UK citizens?
Well, like in terms of like, okay, right. Well, let's say this then, right? In terms of for middle and lower class, right, in America, did I get free healthcare that's as good as the NHS? No. Did I get the same benefits that here in the UK? No. Did I get looked after
where are you getting this from? You're just pulling it out your ass, mate. No offense, but you actually are pulling it out your ass.
Mate, you're pulling it out of your ass.
Do you know what Medicaid is?
Yeah, that's only just been that was only implemented as of that was only implemented recently. The NHS has been going Medicaid? For years. It's only something that's been introduced recently.
What is it?
Right. Okay. So, do you honestly think that the UK is worse?
Tell us what Medicaid is.
You know what you are, man. You're the victim.
Tell us what Medicaid
You
is.
are the victim mentality.
You're getting emotional.
America's better.
You're getting emotional because I'm dismantling.
Right. Why don't you tell everyone what it is?
Tell us what Medicaid is.
You're more intelligent.
Yes,
okay.
I am more intelligent.
I actually
tell us what Medicaid is.
What is Medicaid then?
Tell us.
Right, you go on and tell me because I don't know. You're more intelligent.
You don't know.
Okay,
so you said that the lower income levels don't get access to free. You described it as free healthcare, like they do in the UK. But Medicaid is means tested healthcare, and Medicaid provides everything that the NHS provides and more. So your statement was incorrect.
So why does everyone in America say that they need private health insurance?
Everybody in America doesn't say that they need private health insurance.
Yes, they do. A lot of people say that.
Well, the majority of people have private health insurance because it's means tested to get Medicaid. So if you're above the threshold in terms of your earnings, then you won't be eligible for Medicaid. So then you will have to, if you want healthcare, usually you would get a private health insurance premium.
Right. Okay. So you're saying that America would be better. Yes, everyone would need private healthcare, right?
In an ideal world, everyone would have private healthcare, but in a realistic world, some people.
But you just said that
some people can't.
You just said
afford
that more people in America would have private healthcare. Therefore, the public people who can't afford that are in a bad situation, right?
That wasn't a coherent point.
So, would more people in the UK have private healthcare insurance?
Private health insurance is not inherently bad. It's in the US. It's based on your affordability. So you're suggesting. I think you're suggesting that just by having private insurance is somehow bad. It's not.
Is it needed?
It's not needed because it's a single payer healthcare system in the UK.
Okay, so then it's better in the UK, right?
Why is it better just because they don't have private health insurance premiums?
Because they don't need it. Because the NHS is a better system.
Why is it a better system?
Okay, right. So anyone that's from the UK that comes to Ireland, right? They always complain about the NHS. And then they come to Ireland and they're like, oh my God, I didn't know that the NHS was so good. And then I came to Ireland and the HSE is fucking shit. I can't wait to go back to Britain. And then they go back to England and the NHS, they realise that what they were complaining about wasn't that bad.
Nice,
so please,
nice anecdote that you pulled from the same
travel the world,
inventory.
Educate yourself.
Inventory that you've been putting everything else out. Travel the world? You don't think I've
sorry,
traveled?
Sorry. Well, you traveled to the UK anyway. But what was
Really?
it?
I traveled to the UK, did I?
Where is better? So the healthcare is better in America or
Yes.
the UK for the average person?
In America.
Oh, really? So
Yes.
you just said there that they would need private healthcare. There'd be more people that would need private healthcare in America.
Why is having private healthcare inherently bad according to your logic?
Because you have to pay for it.
You have to pay for all healthcare. Nothing. There's no such thing as free healthcare.
Yeah, so it's paid through your taxes in the UK,
So
right?
why is that? So why is that better than having private healthcare?
So people who can't afford healthcare get looked after better, right?
That's what happens in the USA as well.
Not so much.
What do you mean?
Not so much. So in terms of like the homeless situation, like a lot of people in America that like are sick, they literally just die in the streets
No, they
because they look after. Yeah.
Again, the inventory. Is it itchy back there? you just pulling. Did you get this from like a Simpsons episode or something?
Oh, good one.
So you haven't seen those videos of cops going around narcanning people that are overdosing? Did they give them a bill after?
So okay, right. So we'll move on to another topic then, right? So you're not actually given like an answer for that, right? So
it's all going over your head. That's why.
Or
Because you don't know anything. You don't know anything about how the U.S. healthcare system works. You just came on with emotional energy to try to. You thought that I knew less than I actually know. So
I've lived in Ireland, I've lived in England, and I've lived in America. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
You've lived in America, but I had to explain to you what Medicaid is.
Yeah.
So did you not have health insurance when you were out there?
No, I didn't know.
Oh, so was that a personal choice?
Oh, I couldn't afford it, man.
You couldn't afford it. Did you know that if you couldn't afford it, you would have been eligible for Medicaid, and you wouldn't have needed?
No,
to
because
provide
I
proof of
wasn't a
immigration-
national.
You don't need to be. You wouldn't have needed to provide proof of immigration status.
Okay. And what's the story with the UK? Did they not look after immigrants? No.
I didn't say that they don't look after immigrants.
So do they or don't they?
What in terms of healthcare? Yeah, if you go to
See,
the
look,
UK,
look.
but you have to pay an NHS surcharge.
Sorry. He probably didn't have Medicaid, bro. Not without a social. That's an American saying that.
You don't need to have a social security number in order to get access to Medicaid.
Yes, you do. You can't get Medicaid if you're not a legal immigrant.
You see, this is the thing. Everything you're saying is based on assumptions. It's based
No,
on
it's
assumptions.
not.
Do you know
So,
that? Do you know
okay,
that? Do
so-
you know
so-
that I had? Do you know that I've had 2 children in the United States, and we were eligible for Medicaid in the United States on 2 different occasions. Did
So
you-
they were born there, right?
Yeah, they were born in the USA.
Yeah, congratulations. They're American citizens who got
So
you.
why did my wife get Medicaid?
Is she like was she born there?
No, she's a UK citizen.
Yeah, but did she have a social security number?
No,
So she didn't. So she was there illegally.
she wasn't there illegally. You don't know what you're talking about. You're making yourself sound stupid.
So what? Was she over there in a tourist visa?
As I already explained to you, you don't have to be a citizen in order to get access to Medicaid. That's why a lot
So-
of illegal immigrants can get Medicaid
So
as well.
don't a lot of
There's
people at the
emergency
NHS
Medicaid
get
and-
covered when they go abroad?
Say that again?
Don't a lot of UK citizens when they go abroad, the NHS will cover them?
I suppose so, maybe.
So now who's stupid? Because that's a fact. The NHS does look after the people when they go abroad.
The answer is you, just in case you were wondering.
Okay, right. See, here's the thing, right? Is that I would admit that I'm not the most intelligent person, whereas
Yeah, I
you
know.
were saying that. Oh yeah, and the fact that you're saying you
That's
are
the most honest
intelligent,
thing you've said this live.
well, yeah, because I'm an honest person. So I know I know what my IQ is, right? And it's actually quite high. Whereas you think you're intelligent, which means that you're probably not as intelligent as
Tell
what you're saying.
us something I've said that was wrong.
Well, you said there that you like Medicaid would be for anyone. It's not for anyone.
I didn't say it was
So,
for anyone. You're lying.
If that was,
I thought
no,
you
no,
were an honest
you
person.
said, yeah, you said that like anyone that needs it would get it.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No,
What
I
did you
didn't.
say then?
I clearly explained to you that it's means tested. I think you think that you're not intelligent, but I think you're less intelligent than even you realize.
I'd agree with you. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd totally agree with you. because the fact is that I'm not actually insulting you. You're trying to insult me.
So why?
So
You're not insulting me. So you haven't been attacking me with your language for this entire live, and then when you get the same energy back, now you want to play the victim.
are you getting emotional?
Yes, I'm emotional. Yeah.
Sounds like it.
Do you know what,
So
do you know what the emotion is? It's disgust.
Is it? Okay, so so if rich people in the UK don't need private healthcare because the NHS is so good, what system is better?
The US system is better.
Okay, do you want to move on to as in the fact that in the UK you don't need to have like metal detectors going into school?
Sure.
Okay, so do you think that that's a good thing that kids have to go through metal detectors in schools?
Not particularly. No, I don't really like public schools.
So public schools in terms of public in the UK is private schools, right?
No. There's public and private schools in both the UK and the USA.
Okay, so you don't like public schools, so you were privately educated then. So
I wasn't privately educated. No, I went to a
but
grammar
you don't
school.
like. So you went to a public school, but you don't like public schools.
No, not particularly.
Okay, so are your children privately educated?
They're just going to be homeschooled,
Oh God, love them.
and then I'll probably put them into private schools. Yeah, in America.
In America, you'll put them
private
in private
colleges
schools.
for sure.
Okay, so you'll be spending what, about 200,000 like a semester? Will it be? Will you bring them to some community
private
college?
school costs $200,000 a year?
Well, the college that my cousin went to, yeah, he was in Harvard Medical.
Maybe in the next 20 years it will be 200,000 because of inflation.
Yeah, my cousin was in Harvard Medical. So, just on that point, then, right? Let's just stay on that. So, are you based in the UK or are you based in the USA?
Both. Just say both.
You can't be in two places at once, dummy.
Oh, I thought we were talking about superpositions.
So, are you based in America or are you based in the UK? Can you answer?
I just said both.
You can't be based in. So, you pay taxes in both countries.
Yes.
Okay. And then, have you got private healthcare, or are you getting state healthcare? Are you getting Medicare?
I don't use the American healthcare services personally because I'm healthy. But if I don't really use the UK health services, but I have private health insurance in the UK.
You have private health insurance in the UK.
Yeah, and then if I was going to America, I'd get like travel insurance, and that would cover my health if I was traveling.
And why would you do that?
Because I have children, so I would get a travel insurance premium to cover for all eventualities. It's just a responsible thing to do, isn't it? If you've got kids, it's not necessarily
fair.
about your personal
And look,
politics.
I am genuinely. I'm glad to hear that you're healthy. Like, as in all due respect, like as in, look, I'm delighted to hear that you're healthy. But if the system in America was so good, why would you need that?
Why would you need? Because that's how the system works. It's based on people taking more personal accountability than they do in. And that's not a knock towards UK. I'm just saying, it's just a system where you have to be more self-reliant. So you would get an insurance plan if you want to try to indemnify your potential losses from getting a massive medical bill.
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
The bills are expensive.
UK would be better. Yeah, so the UK would be better.
Why?
Well, you just answered your own question.
You're saying it's better because one has a private insurance system?
You've just answered your own question.
I answered the question because you think that private insurance system is bad.
No, you answered your own question.
Why do you think that the private insurance system is bad?
I asked you, why would you, have you got public or private healthcare? I asked you where you were based, and you said that you were based in two places. I said, while I was being mean, I said, you can't be in two places at once, dummy. And then you go, oh, well, when I'm in the UK, I have private healthcare in the UK. And then when I go to America, I get travel insurance because that's me being responsible.
Yeah.
So why do you need private healthcare if the healthcare that you receive is good in America?
Because the healthcare, if you were to run into an emergency, the bill would be more expensive to pay up front without being insured. Now, I would take the bill on myself. That would be fine. But if something happened to my kids, then they may have, or something happened to my girl, that bill would be against them. So I'm saying I put my personal belief about insurance aside, because it doesn't just apply to me, and I get insurance for the whole group of people, so that if anything happens to them, we don't have to be concerned with their insurance, their ability to pay a bill, because everybody's insured in the group. That's just called being a responsible adult.
Yeah. So then, if it was the other way around, and there was an American who went to the NHS, that went to America and something happened to them, the NHS would look after them a lot better than the the US system would, right?
You mean, when you say look after them a lot better, are you saying the quality of the care, or are you just saying that the costs would be different? Because you would still get an NHS surcharge if you're foreign. Well, there's probably ways to waive it, just like a lot of people get their bill waived in the USA. But so your argument is essentially because the cost is cheaper in the UK, that makes the care better?
No, what I'm saying is that number one, the care is better, but also number two, it's the fact that the bill would be significantly cheaper. People die in America because they can't afford healthcare. In the NHS, people have access to healthcare because of the fact that it's covered through taxes, which is a better system and a better healthcare for the people of the land. I mean, that's nonsensical to say.
Do people die because of the NHS waiting list?
Man, that's a rhetorical question. And you could ask the same question back for the US.
They don't have a centralized waiting list.
Okay, so is there more access? Is it easier to gain access to the UK healthcare system, or is it easier to get access to the US healthcare system?
I would argue.
For an average,
I would argue the US healthcare system is easier to access.
But you need to have private healthcare when you go over to America, right?
No, I just chose to have travel insurance. They didn't have.
You don't have to have it, but it means that you'd get looked after better if you did, right?
No, it doesn't actually change how you get looked after. It just changes the cost of when you get looked after.
Yeah, so it's better to do that. So, and the flip side of it, what's more accessible to people in terms of the NHS is more accessible to the people of the land, or is it the UK or the US?
I think the US healthcare system is more accessible.
It's not.
Because you don't have to wait as long for healthcare. So that's the definition of accessing something, is a discrete point in time at which you interface with it. So if you're not interfacing,
but are you coming from a perspective? But are you coming from a perspective of someone that has private healthcare?
I've only had private healthcare for a month and a half.
Okay, so as in your experiences of American healthcare, it's through a private healthcare system. Is that fair to say?
The only experiences I've had of American healthcare have been through Medicaid, which is subsidized healthcare, which is basically government healthcare in the USA. I haven't had it. I know people in the USA that work in private hospitals. I know somebody that ran a hospital ward. One of my close relatives ran a hospital ward in the USA for a decade or something like that. So I know things about private healthcare, but I personally haven't used the private healthcare system in the USA. I haven't personally used it. I've used the private healthcare system a lot in the UK, private dental, and there's other things I've used and stuff like that. But
yeah, so here's the thing: is that and it's what I'm trying to get through is that Medicaid, and this is what this gentleman is saying in it, is that Medicaid is done on a qualifying basis. You aren't entitled to it. So as in someone could go in there and say, please, in a hospital, and go, please, will you look at me? And if they don't have Medicaid and if they don't have private healthcare, they're not looked after, and their bill will be astronomical. If someone goes into an NHS hospital, they get looked after. I had to go to hospital in the NHS.
There's too many assumptions being laid in. So if someone doesn't have access to Medicaid, it depends what they're going in for, first of all. So if they're going in for a regular screening and they don't have access to Medicaid, they would, if they wanted to get regular screenings, they would probably have to get some kind of private insurance plan. Now, there's Affordable Care Act private insurance plans that are subsidized by the government as well. So not only are there can you get full Medicaid where you basically get free healthcare. You can also get cheap insurance plans that are subsidized by the government. Then you can also
Okay.
get private insurance plans. So the plans can range from very poor or weak or low coverage, however you want to define it, to very robust coverage for multiple people, right? So it depends on what you're going in for. If you're going in for a medical emergency, then whether you're insured or not has no bearing on your treatment. If you want regular screening, then yes, you have to set up some kind of plan, whether it's through
Okay.
government insurance or private insurance. But obviously, that's like part and parcel of a person's personal responsibility for their health. In the US, in the
Okay.
UK, yes, you don't have to set up a plan for anything before you access the healthcare system. But my point is that means everybody is dependent virtually on the same system, which causes waiting lists, friction, delays, and a lower quality of service. So I'm not saying that there aren't merits to a socialized healthcare system. Of course there are. I'm saying that it's a lower quality system.
Okay, so to rebuttal to what you were saying there that if they're not entitled to Medicare, they need a government plan or they need a private healthcare plan, correct?
They need an insurance plan, yeah. Unless they're a child or
Yeah.
like an elderly person, then they'll
Yeah,
automatically be
so
eligible.
and you said whether that's a government plan or whether that's a private healthcare plan, yeah?
Those are the only two options.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
So how can a homeless person who can't afford a government plan, who doesn't have an address, and how can a homeless person afford in America either any of the options that you've presented to me?
They
When
have
a homeless person,
they
sorry,
have
sorry, sorry,
emergency
sorry,
Medicaid.
it's a double loaded question. Sorry, it's a double loaded question.
Okay.
So then the NHS, a homeless person can go into a hospital and they will get looked after.
It's the same in the USA. They have emergency Medicaid. So a person who's homeless homeless people get free healthcare basically in the USA. Because when you means test something, you don't. It's not necessarily always just about your income. There are other clauses that allow people who are just completely like destitute to access healthcare. Like emergency Medicaid allows people that are destitute to access healthcare. Snowflake says if you're uninsured and have a major medical emergency, you can be in debt. Okay, but taxes are essentially the same thing as being in debt for the rest of your life. You have to make regular payments towards the state for the rest of your life based on your affordability. It's the same concept.
Yeah, but just on that point though, you said that everyone in the UK is reliant on the one system, but that's untrue because you just said there that you've got private healthcare in the UK. So there's a lot of people that are afforded of private healthcare. So what you're saying is untrue.
No, it's not untrue because there are not everything in the private healthcare system in the UK is very heavily integrated with the NHS system. In fact, you basically can't be completely private. There's no real like private neonatal wards. It's rare to even have like private like maternity. I mean, you can have doulas and stuff. Private maternity care is more than private neonatal, and also you still have to pay taxes towards the NHS even if you have private healthcare. And even given that, the private insurance is only like 4% of the health sector in the UK, maybe 6% at max. So 95%, let's say, of people are dependent on the NHS. So the argument still remains that so many more people are dependent on the same system. I mean, you're talking about Medicaid and Medicare in the USA. You got like 30% of the population that are dependent on that, and I think that's a lot. At UK, you're talking about 95% of people dependent on a healthcare system. I mean, that's a crazy difference. And then you're talking about a place with less hospitals, high population density, people who have less money, the lower wages for the staff, worse patient to staff ratio. You're talking, and then the UK population is 70 million. US population is like 350. So the UK population is like 1/4 to 1/5 of the US population. But the UK has 3 times as amount of people dependent on its healthcare system, and its healthcare system is less robust than the US is. The NHS is literally in a full-blown crisis right now.
Yeah, well, like as in like with all due respect, Amma, like as in English people have been saying the NHS system has been in a crisis for years. But then when people go to the likes of Ireland or they go to other countries and they see what the public services are like, I am fortunate enough that I have private healthcare in Ireland. But when people see the public services in Ireland and they have to wait 14 hours to get seen to, plus and longer, and when they go back to the NHS, a lot of my friends from the UK will say, "Oh my God, when I left Ireland to go back to the UK and I had my public healthcare, it was so much better. And I'm like, it is. I lived in the UK. I have experienced the NHS before I got private healthcare in the UK, and the NHS is a lot better. It's a lot better than the Irish healthcare system. And I think
Okay.
a lot of people, I think a lot of people will look at the grass being greener on the other side. Like, let's just put it this way, right? In America, there's towns that literally don't have access to any food or water. It literally has to be driven into the towns.
Okay. Like, you mean like Dubai?
Like Vegas.
Oh, like Vegas. Yeah, Vegas, like, as a city, is like one of the most
that doesn't have
cities
access.
in the world.
Yeah, exactly. But it doesn't have access to like food unless it's driven in there.
It's in the desert.
Exactly. So where is
Why
it
is
going to
that
grow
bad?
food? Why is it bad?
Yeah.
It doesn't have access to food. There's loads of towns like that in America.
What do you mean it doesn't have access to food? So,
How does the food-
everyone there just dies. What are you talking about?
How does it, yeah, okay, so like as
What are
in
you talking about, bro?
right, so how does it have access to food? It gets driven in by trucks, right?
Because it's in the desert.
Yeah, so that's not a good thing. So like every country, every
Why is that
town,
not a
every
good
town.
thing?
Okay, so if like as in, if the world started to go really bad, Vegas in the morning would go to absolute chaos.
Yeah, mate. I don't bro.
Like
if
as
there
in,
was some kind
like
of
there's
cataclysm,
so many towns. There's so many towns in America that are like that. They don't have access to food. They literally rely on trucks driving it in. The UK doesn't have that problem.
mate, do you realize that? Can I ask you a question? You know, I kind of like this point, even though it's a deviation from what we're talking about. Because when I used to live in South Nottingham, right, one of the first things I did, and I did this little experiment with my girl, and I was like, if there was a social cataclysm, where would we get fresh water? And we actually identified a local fresh water source, and we said, right, what we do is we go here and bring our fishing rods, and this is where our base would be to sort of ensure that we have access to fresh water, right? Most people in the UK, if there was a social cataclysm, would be effed as well, bro. The UK imports loads of stuff. The UK is not some kind of like self-reliant place. In fact, it's intimately dependent on many other states for sustenance. So
Ireland,
I don't know what your point about Las Vegas is. It's in the desert.
Ireland being one of your like best allies, and when it comes to importation of food, but the scheme. What I'm saying basically is that you could survive off of what is around the local area. A lot of towns in America can't do that.
Mate, do you know that America has one of the largest populations in the world that are self-reliant? America is the best place in the world to live off the land. It's not even close.
America's the best place.
1,000,000%.
What are you saying? It's one of the most arable. You're saying it's one of the most arable countries in the world.
I'm not necessarily saying it's the most arable. I'm saying that infrastructure-wise, logistics-wise, just location-wise, it's set up so, and also legally, it's set up so that people can live off the land very easily.
Then why is it so reliant on other countries bringing the food into it?
It's not.
It is.
It's not.
It is, man.
What food
Like,
is it reliant on being imported from other countries? You mean like
okay, so
fruits from Mexico?
give me a list. Give me your list of what USA has that's better than the UK.
A land mass, diversity of landscape, fresh water, gun rights, legal rights in terms of civil liberties, freedom of speech.
So you
bigger
think
roads,
that gun?
better
You think that gun rights?
better organized society, so that even the road to grid system is a superior system. Like it's just better in every way.
So you think society in America is better?
The way that it's organized, I'm talking about like the city planning.
Okay, elaborate further on that, please.
If you drive to almost any city in the UK, you will encounter a problem as soon as you get into the city centre, where you'll be forced to pretty much go round in circles, roundabouts, because it was built before the roads were even considered. The way that all the city centres are structured causes everyone to have to basically keep going in a circle and create like a pollution tornado in the center.
Man,
it's just built in a
towns in America that literally they've only one little shitty store that if they actually want to go to a decent store, they have to drive hours. What are you talking about?
Where in America do you have to drive hours to get to a decent store? Are you talking about the Arizona desert?
Like, you're clueless, man.
If people
You're
choose
clueless.
to
All right,
live
okay,
in the
right,
desert,
let's
then
right,
maybe
let's
it might be difficult to access a store. But the vast majority of people don't live in the desert. That is essentially a luxury of being a person that wants to live off the land. Is that the infrastructure, the society you live in is so developed that you can literally live in a place in the desert and still be successful. You can live. They built cities in the desert, and you're saying that's somehow bad. And it's like, that's a testament to how good it is that you could literally live in the desert.
right. Okay, so what age are your kids?
3, 1, and 9 weeks.
Okay, congratulations on 9 weeks because it's only new. Right, point on. If I had children and they were going to school in America, I would be absolutely shitting myself.
That's called hysterica. That's called hysteria. Sorry, that's hysterical behavior. That would be hysterical of you. That would be like, like when I was a kid, I used to go outside every day when I was like 7, 8, 9 on my bike. Dad, let me go outside. Go on then. Dad, let me go outside. Go on then. And then when my parents split up, Mum, let me go outside. Oh no, darling, no, you just stay inside. That's what you're talking about, bro. Like that's
So,
ridiculous.
is there more chance? Is there more chance of your kids getting, like, and God forbid this happens, and I don't wish it on them, but is there more chance of them getting shot up in school than something bad happening in the school in the UK?
Yes.
Okay, so it's better in the UK, right?
On that discrete metric, it's better in the UK. Yeah.
Okay,
You
and that's
finally
just
got
one
something.
of.
Finally got something. I mean, the likelihood of that happening is so low that if it happened, I would essentially just be like, there was literally nothing we could have done about this because it's just such a rare, extreme event that God just decided. It's like my daughter being killed by the NHS. Like, that's just so rare that there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can say to explain why that happened. It's just a freak, rare event that happens, and everybody has things
No,
that
it's
happen
not
to them in
rare,
their
man.
life.
It's not rare. It's
It is
happening all
rare.
the time.
It's rare
It's
for a
not
child
rare.
to get killed by the NHS. It happens like very rarely.
Okay, so then that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying it's also very
Yeah,
rare for someone to
okay,
get shot in a
so on that
school.
point, so on that point, right? So the NHS is some good, like, it's rare, so like that's good. So you look at America's healthcare system. I had a friend who got bitten by a dog when I was doing humanitarian work. A doctor said to him that he didn't need to get a rabies shot.
Yeah.
American doctors are retarded, man. And then he actually had to get he had to get a rabies shot. I brought him to a vet, a Swiss vet, and I was just like, here, he's just after getting shot by or bitten by a dog. Doesn't he need a rabies shot? And she's like, yes, rabies dogs. This is in Ukraine. So American doctors aren't that great. I swear to God,
Okay.
swear on my life. So American doctors are not great. They're genuinely not.
Okay. Why does everybody go there then to study medicine, and why is it the most sought
Man,
after place to be a
people are,
doctor?
man, are you joking? Man, we're getting in Ireland. We're getting all these loony lefties coming to the country because they fucking hate the country. What are you talking about? Americans are leaving the country because of how bad it is. It's
I don't
not.
think
It's not
they are,
going the
mate.
other way.
I don't
Yes,
think that's
they
very
are, man.
common.
Yes, they are. The amount of people that are leaving America because of Donald Trump, and I like Trump, by the way, but the amount of loony lefties. Look at Rosie O'Donnell. She lives in Ireland now, for fuck's sake, and I'm freaked about it because I hate her. Like, as in, wake up, man. The amount of Democrats that are like, oh my God, Donald Trump's in presidency. I need to get out of the country. The
Great for
amount of
them. Let
loony
them go. Nobody wants them in the USA anyway.
shit, exactly. Well, I don't want them in fucking Ireland, but the problem is they're
But you
leaving
guys all
because
think
they're
the
so
same.
bad at it. What?
But you guys all think the same.
Explain.
Like, everything you said on this live is what Democrats say about the USA.
Spoof, you liar. I'm a Republican.
Bro, what are you talking?
Are you joking?
You just been on
Man,
about.
are you
What
are
about
you
the kid
crap?
getting shot in school?
Are you
That's what you've
cracked
been on
out of it,
about.
man? You,
What
mate,
are you
you're
talking about? You
Biden's
just been
whore.
talking about kids getting. That's
You,
exactly what. I do this every day. That's what they on about. They want to. What about the kids getting shot in school? That's you. Literally sound like some of the lefty girls I talk to on here every day.
no, okay, right. I said I'd be shit. I was being like, as in fucking like taking the piss, man. But like, as in genuinely, like, as in you would be concerned of, like, the rich kids, the Mendez brothers, they fucking killed their own fucking parents.
Oh
shot them to
god,
death.
now it's the Menendez
How
brothers.
many fucking stories do you need to get, man? Like in the UK, the worst thing that happens to you in school is you get a fucking wedgie and a wet willy. Come on.
I'm sorry they did that to you, bro. I was the one giving
Nah,
them
man.
out.
I trust me. I'm 6'2" and I can punch. Don't you worry about that, bro. But what was it? I think the UK.
Why are you
I'm not.
scared
I'm
of it?
not
Why are you
from the
still
UK.
thinking about the wedgies and the wet willies from school, bro?
Oh
like-
man, they just got me
That's
so
just
bad.
as paranoid as being scared of your kid getting shot in school.
Lad,
You're
you-
haunted by the memory of the wet willies, bro.
Oh man, it's so many wet willies. What was
Whoa!
it? Anyway,
Whoa! Whoa!
lad, you're literally
Whoa.
digressing. You're digressing, lad.
I don't know what to say to you, man. Like, it's just become a comedy. Become a comedy show now. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're talking about the Menendez. How did you get to the Menendez?
Because
brothers?
I'm pulling you up on the shite that you're talking. You're saying in America this is better because of this
Mate,
and
I
that
have a
and
very
whatever.
masculine voice.
And then
you
you
can't do that
literally
voice
just
for me.
admitted that the UK was better on a few topics. Right, we'll go on to the gun control. We'll go on to
On
gun
that-
rights.
Wait,
Right.
you're-
So do you think it's better to bear arms?
Yes.
Okay, why?
Why is it better for a person to have a weapon if they choose to, so they can defend themselves?
Okay, so if you look at Australia, right? Look this up after this live, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Australia, when they did a gun recall, all statistics went down.
Bro, this is what I'm saying. Everything you're saying is what lefty women in
Lad,
the
I
USA
wouldn't
say.
trust you with a gun. You'd probably shoot me for just looking at you awkward.
Why would I do that?
Because there you are laughing about stuff that's an actual fact. And then you're like, where's that from?
I have a very deadpan sense of humor.
Yeah, so then I'd be worried that you'd deadpan me.
That's that hysterical paranoia coming in again. You scared of
No,
the
it's a
wet
fact,
willies,
bro.
you scared
It's
of
like,
the guns.
it's like the way when
scared
you
of
look
the
at gangs
schools.
in the UK, right? Gangs in the UK, they all carry around knives, right? Imagine there were guns, how many people would be dead instead of fucking half cut.
Okay. They do have guns.
Yeah, but isn't the biggest issue in the UK knife crime?
I suppose so. I think the knife crime issue in the UK is even overblown, to be honest.
Right. Okay. I'm sure it is. But so hang on. Let's say let's use that theory, right? So let's say the people in the UK, right? Okay, you're saying it's overblown, but
Yeah.
we can only work with the facts that are given to us, right?
I don't
So
think it's a
the
crime
fact-
to carry a knife.
Of a certain blade size, it's not, and then if it's over a certain inch, it is.
No, it is a crime. I'm saying I don't think it should be. That's what I mean. I don't think it should be a crime.
No, you can carry a personal blade that's of a short size. In the
No,
UK.
I think you should be able to carry like a big ass machete if you want.
Yeah, but that's okay. So you do know that, like, as in the more likelihood of people carrying knives, the more likelihood it is that it can actually either unalive them or the person that they do. And the reason why that is because most people don't actually know how to use a knife. And then what happens is they try and stab someone. They can't actually do it. The person takes the knife off them, and then they get stabbed because they're
I don't
idiots.
think most people that carry knives end up stabbing someone. But granted,
Okay, but okay, right.
people
So
have been carrying
what would be
weapons since
better?
the dawn of humanity. I think weapons.
What would be better? What would be better though? As in, for people to just have fist fights and be men, or to carry a weapon and be a little pussy
I think they should carry a weapon and then have a fist fight.
and be a little. Oh, there's the look. Here we go. You've answered your own question, man. Here we go. So you're not a man. You can't.
What are you talking?
You can't
about?
defend yourself. Have you
What do
never
mean I
done
can't
martial
defend
arts?
Myself.
Because you're looking to carry a knife.
Well, I don't carry a knife, but I would.
No,
carry
but
a
you're
gun.
saying that people should.
Well, I'm not saying they should. I'm saying I don't think it should be a crime.
So you can't handle yourself. You can't defend yourself. So
Yeah, I
you would
can.
need a gun.
What?
So what martial art do you do?
I've only done a bit of boxing, mate.
Okay, so like as in like when you say a bit of boxing, like how many years?
I did like 1 year of boxing sparring. I didn't have an amateur fight. So
Right, so you can't handle yourself.
Well, I don't know. That's you can think that if you want, mate.
Well, like as in I've done boxing, I've done Muay Thai, I've done Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, I've done wrestling for years, so I know that I'd be able to handle myself. So if me and you came up against each other, I'd back myself that I would kill you. But the issue
you
is,
would,
is
you
that,
would
but
say
the
that.
issue,
though,
but the
wouldn't you?
issue. Sorry, let me finish the point. The issue is that instead of taking a good hiding like a little pussy, you would whip out a gun or a knife and then kill me.
What are you on about? Like, what are you actually on about? If my life was
So
in
you-
danger, then I think I should be able to have a weapon. If my life's in danger, if there's some
But here's the
man
thing-
off
but here's the
TikTok
thing,
that wants to do
if you're
jujitsu
able-
and wrestling with
if
me,
you learn-
I'll just
if
kick
you
his
learn to
ass.
take a
What the
hiding-
hell am I
if
gonna
you
shoot?
learn to
What the
take
hell
a
am I gonna
hiding-
shoot?
if you
I'm
learn
gonna-
to take a
I'm gonna be
hiding,
there-
there-
I'm gonna be
there
there.
wouldn't be a
I'm gonna
killing.
be there about to flip it. And you're gonna come try to start wrestling me. And you think I'm gonna shoot you? You're
You're a
gonna
pussy.
You're gonna be coming
You're-
there.
man, you're a pussy. You're a pussy.
Fucking
You're a pussy, man. Pussy.
You're the one.
You're a-
You was the one getting scared of the fucking swirlies, mate, and the wedges.
You're a pussy.
That's why you got
You're-
into jiu-jitsu, because you were scared of these. He was in the toilets every lunchtime, rocking back and forth from the
lad.
swirlies
God,
and the wedges.
God
Like,
love you.
the teacher comes like, "Mate, Red, why don't you get into some jiu-jitsu so you can learn how to defend yourself?"
You're a pussy, man.
Oh, God love you.
Red, mate, you are hilarious. Mate. I've
That
never
was a
seen a
fake
grown
laugh.
man. I've never seen a grown man make so few points in so long of a time.
Lad,
Absolute
God,
comedy, mate.
God bless you.
Absolute comedy.
Lad,
Oh,
you
mate.
think the US is better than the UK? God love it.
Yeah.
So you think that it's better for people to have guns when they can't even defend themselves? Like, they need that to defend themselves because they're pussies.
So, do you think old ladies are pussies?
I think that, like, as in society, should
You think
be
if an
a-
old lady's getting robbed, she go, "Come on, put it there." You don't want old ladies to be able to defend themselves, bro. What are you talking about?
Lad, would you stop?
You're calling
She'd
people
fuck-
that want to use weapons.
She'd
to
go
defend themselves
flying if
pussies.
she shot the gun. She wouldn't even be able to hold. She'd fall down holding the fucking gun. So,
What's harder for an
Like,
old lady?
how many old ladies do you know that carry a gun? Are you are cracked, man. You're cracked out, man.
You think
You're
old people?
cracked
You
out.
think old ladies in the USA don't carry a gun, mate? I tell you, they come on here all the time and they brag about it.
yeah, come here. That's not a good thing. Some old deluded lady with fucking
How are they deluded because they want to defend themselves from like?
some old woman with dementia, is,
marauding
like carrying a
immigrants.
gun is a good thing. A woman with dementia, some old lady who's an absolute lunatic. So, all right, hang on.
Why are you,
Right,
why are you
how many
superimposing the idea of them being a lunatic?
How many Karens are in America?
How many what?
How many Karens are in America?
What's a Khan?
A Karen.
Karen. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you want them to all have guns, you mad thing.
When did I say I want Karens to have guns?
Well, you said America. You
I'm
want
saying
Americans
they should
to
have the right to have them, whether I want them to have them
So
or
you,
not.
yeah, so you would have a load of Karens carrying a load of guns, you mad thing. You're off your head.
Then I'd have
would
my
you
one as
stop?
well.
You're off your head, man.
You're just scared of
you
guns,
are-
bro. What the hell?
Lad, you're cracked. You are cracked. Give the Karen a
Wait.
gun.
So wait.
I'm a
so
stands for giving the Karen a gun.
everyone in America is a crackpot, according to you.
No, that's not what I said. You're
But
trying
the
to
majority
change
of the majority of people carry guns.
Give the Karen the
So you're
gun.
saying the idea
Hi,
of
my-
people having a
Hi, my
weapon to
name's
defend
Amma.
themselves
Give the
makes
Americans,
them a
give all the
crackpot.
Karens a gun.
What you want about? You talk about I do.
Hi,
Brazilian
my
jiu-jitsu
name's-
and stuff.
hi, my
Nobody
name's
cares,
Amma.
bro.
I-
Like you remember?
Hi, my name's Amma,
Who
and I
remembers?
want-
Who remembers that? Who remembers that GIF from back in the day when people used to use
Right,
Pixar?
bro,
when you
American-
get the guy,
Americans
he
are-
comes outside
Americans
to-
Americans are retarded enough that they don't need a gun, bro. They don't need guns. Americans need guns, bro. I love Americans, but I don't want them having guns. Who's
Red
stupid
Star-
for that
Red
shit?
starts off like this.
You relax, Mr. Miyagi. You get cracked out. Here, hi, my name's Amma. My name's Amma, and I think Karens should all carry guns. You're
What are you
cracked
on?
out, bro.
What are you on about, bro? You just every single point.
How many?
that's raised,
Right.
You just
All
go
right.
to
Here's the
most
thing, right? All
extreme
right. Let's call
thing, bro.
Amma. Let's call a spade here, right? We've all seen the amount of Americans that can't even point out America on a map,
and you're saying give that fella a gun. Are
They already
you
have
off
them.
your fucking
They
head?
already have them. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's the problem, bro. They can't fucking point out their own country, but give them a fucking gun.
What do
Are
you mean?
you off your
What do you mean?
head?
You can't point out the bro. This guy, this guy's actually nuts, mate. Are you sure
Like-
Are you sure you haven't? What are you doing? You said you did a bit of boxing. Have you been checked for CTE? No, because you've been getting hit in the head for a long time, mate.
Oh, stop! I'd still
You
be
need
able
to,
to
you
handle
need to
myself.
rely on that
Come here,
socialized medical
bro.
system.
So here, right? What was it? See, here's the thing. If I was in America, I wouldn't get looked after, bro. If I was in the UK, I would.
Why would you not get looked after?
Hi, my name's
Because
Amma.
they're like, oh, he's a tosser. Fucking.
Hi, my name's Amma, and I want Karens to carry guns.
Can we get back to the topic at hand? Because this is ridiculous.
Oh, there's a Karen there. Look.
What, Amy? Are you?
Welcome to
you
the chat.
agree
Welcome to
with
the chat.
him?
I'm Red, and this is my new best friend.
I don't have a comment because I've not really been listening because you guys have just been arguing about who's going to win in a fight when this debate is quite
Amy,
clearly
can
about
you
what
stop?
country
Can you
is
stop
better.
women's playing?
Ooh, touchy.
You don't need to be passive aggressive.
Ooh.
Amy, stop being stop tone policing. This isn't the office. This is my office.
Yeah, I know.
I'm the management,
Hey, where's HR?
and I say everybody gets a 40. Everybody gets a
I
everybody gets a 9
want to talk
millimeter.
to HR. I want to talk to HR.
Yeah, you would do, wouldn't you, little nonce? Well, you little non, you little. I'm flipping exposing a little nonce. But I'm talking to HR. Nah, just go to that. Lock it off. Lock it off, man. Bro, you wally. He's fucking exposed himself so many times. This is what they're like, bro. This is what they're like. No, Red, give Amy a chance. You're relegated.
Hi, my
mate.
name's Amma.
You're relegated. You're relegated, mate. You're relegated. Now,
Hi.
Red.
Hey, my name's
Bro, check his offender registry. Nonce exposed.
Right, okay, I've got a couple things I want to talk about. It's more like I want to hear what your explanation is. Not necessarily a debate, more about a
All right,
structured conversation.
Go on. Let's do it.
So obviously the main thing is the main problem in the US at the moment is the differences in rights for different people.
The what?
The difference in rights for different people.
Okay, yeah, go on.
Do you agree with that?
Do I agree with what?
That there is differences in rights and with different people in America?
Differences in rights.
So, for example, women, people with ethnic minorities.
What rights do women not have?
The right to control their own body. I'm not sure what's wrong.
Wait. When you say control their body, you're talking about them having an abortion, right?
Yes.
So, do men have the right to have an abortion?
Well, no, because you don't have a uterus.
So then how do they have different rights from what men have?
As in, they don't have the right to control their own body. That decision, whether they want to have an abortion or not, is put up to the state. Whether the state deems it appropriate.
The right to have an abortion is about you killing your own child. So obviously, when it comes to killing someone, you can't. That's like me being like, I have the right to do what I want to do with my own body, so I'm going to use my own body to slap someone in the face. Like, you can't just do whatever you want with your own body.
That is the most crazy thing one can ever say. Right. If I am growing something inside me and I'm not financially stable to bring it up in the world, why should I not have the right to make the educated decision to get rid of it?
Get rid of it. And what is it?
The fetus, the clump of cells.
And what species is the fetus?
It's nothing yet.
What species is it?
It can't survive by itself. It's nothing.
What species is it?
It isn't. It's a clump of cells.
What species is it? Do you know what species is?
It's... All right, don't patronise me. It's a clump of cells.
What species is it?
It's not a living being. An egg.
It's not a living being. Okay, so let me get this straight. if a dog is pregnant and a human is pregnant, you're saying a veterinarian can't tell the difference between what's growing in the dog and what's growing in the human. Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that.
So the veterinarian can tell the difference.
Yes, because
And why
the
can the
person-
veterinarian
the individual
tell the
in
difference?
which-
Why
no.
can the veterinarian tell the difference between the thing that's
because the
growing in the
dog
dog?
is not going to carry a fucking human.
Oh, it's a human.
When it gets to a when it gets to a
so
when it
easy.
when it gets
so
to a state in which
easy.
it can survive
It
outside of
was
the
so
human
easy.
body.
So you just said
When
it's
it gets
a
to
human.
a state-
You just
when
said a
it gets
dog
to a
isn't going to
state-
carry a human.
Well,
So
obviously not.
So it's a human.
When it gets to a state it can live outside the body, then yes,
You
it
just
is a
said a
human.
dog is not going to carry a human.
Yes.
So
Well
that
done.
means that you're saying that the woman is carrying a human.
No, not when it cannot live outside the body.
So there's no difference. What is the difference in species between what the woman is carrying and what the
The
dog is
genetic
carrying?
makeup.
And the genetic makeup determines what?
What species it's going to be once
And
it
the
can
species
survive
is called-
outside the body.
No, that's the species that is in the womb.
Okay.
So you're saying there's a possibility that the dog can be carrying
No.
a dog, and then
No, because
until,
it's about-
we just don't know until the dog comes out.
It's
It
about
could
the
come out as a
genetic
chicken. It could
It's
just
about
come.
the
It
genetic
could just come
makeup.
out as a chicken.
It's
Like, is
about
that
the
what you're
genetic
saying?
makeup. It's
Okay,
about the
so we
genetic
know
makeup.
so we know the species.
You know it's going to give birth to a human, but if it doesn't get to
How
the
do
point
you
where it'll
know?
be viable to give
How
birth...
do you know it's going to give birth to a human?
Oh my.
Because it's a
Goodness
human already.
gracious
It's part of
me.
the human species already.
If it... Okay. Right. The bottom line is, whether you've
Oh
got...
my God,
everyone has
man.
got... Everyone
What
has
is
got
wrong
different
with
views
you?
on when they believe life starts. I'm not
No,
getting into that
nobody
because that's
has-
nothing to do with
nobody has
whether the USA
any
is better than the
confusion.
UK. We are
Nobody
talking
has
about
any
the rights in
confusion
which
about
people
when
have.
life
Also, that the
begins.
way that society is run in America is not good.
Why?
The prejudices that people have in society in America,
You're prejudiced against your unborn child.
because if I think I can't give it a good life, why would I want to put someone through that?
Exactly. That's prejudice.
It's called humanity.
That's prejudice. You sentenced them to death before you knew them. That's the definition of prejudice.
That's not the definition of prejudice.
Should we get the definition of prejudice up?
The definition of sentencing someone to life before you know them
Prejudice. Preconceived
is a
opinion.
preconceived judgment
That is
or
not based
stereotype
on
that you
reason
attach to
or
a human
actual
being.
experience. So you said that
Yeah.
before the baby comes out, you haven't experienced the child outside of the
What
womb.
if I'm-
right?
what if I'm-
Wait. So before
what if I'm 14?
wait. Before the child is born, you haven't experienced them outside the room, right? Outside the womb.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agreed.
So you have a preconceived opinion about what that child's life is going to be like before you actually have experienced them outside the womb, right?
Because that is
Right,
based on what
right.
I know I can give it, because I am
Right,
the provider.
that's your
People think
preconceived-
having a child
is
would be the
that
simple
your-
thing. There are
It
people that have
literally
had
uses the word preconceived.
li-
This is crazy. So
a
preconceived.
child roughly costs
No.
£100,000.
Think about
up
it.
until the age
Think
of
about this,
18.
guys. I'm going to talk to the audience because I know she's a bit like low IQ. But think about this, guys.
Excuse me?
The word preconceived literally is being used in the word prejudice. So a preconceived opinion you have that is not based on your actual experience of what your child's life is going to be like outside the womb. You sentence
don't
the
wanna take the
child to
risk.
death based on your preconceived opinion. That is the definition of prejudice.
Because you don't want to take the risk of putting someone through a bad life.
So that's prejudice because you don't know if they're going to have a bad life. You're making an assumption based on a preconceived opinion.
You could get somewhere in the next 10 years that you could give them a good life. However, you might know for that first 6 months of their life where you need to give them the most amount of care possible, you won't be able to do that.
So you're a prophet?
Sorry?
So are you a prophet?
Am I a prophet?
Yes.
I don't know what you mean. Am I a prophet?
How are you able to predict what the child's future life is going to be like?
You can't, because I'm not a bloody psychic.
How old are you?
18.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay. I think you might be younger than 18.
No, I am 18 actually.
Okay. But final thoughts.
That I think the UK is still flawed. But the UK, if you put them side by side, the UK is better than the USA based on society's makeup, the different rights people have, based on healthcare system, based on violent crime rates and other crime rates, based on the government as a whole.
Okay. I'm a bit concerned about you.
I'm concerned about you.
I'm concerned about you. Have you got like older family members?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. Take care.
You too. Have a nice evening.
All right, bye-bye. Law says she's not a reflection on the majority of the UK. She's just out and happy. Glooby says she's low-key right. Okay. Well, I mean, you guys are free to think what you wish to think. Mariam. Oh, we got a lot of requests. Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry, guys. I've been waffling. Not waffling.
Oh my god.
But, you know. What's up, Mariam?
Hi. How you doing?
I'm good.
Oh my god. I did not expect to actually get accepted on this.
You're famous.
Finally. I've been waiting for this. The thing is, I'm not even here to argue with you for the UK, because I think both are actually bad. But, I don't know, I just got a headache from listening to the first guy, to this girl. Even though, like, I don't fully disagree with her. I don't know, yeah. I just wanted to get on here and debate some things.
Okay, but do you know what you want to debate? Like, because ranked reels is like he's itching to. He wants to let loose.
Well,
Why have you gone quiet? You gone muted, mate.
Oh shit, my bad. There's this
Ranked
thing that
rules. If you're itching that bad, you need to go to the pharmacist and get some cream. Because I don't know what the fuck. First right itching in caps, in all caps on the thing. Go and get some cream, mate. Get some steroid cream. I said, as someone from the UK, I think there'd be more opportunity for me in the US. Yeah, definitely, bro. Get ranked on. Okay, Mariam, I'm gonna mute you. You might be able to chime in. So you can say on, but I'll get ranked in and see what he's got to say. Xander said, bro, you for real sound like KSI. Where is he from? Is he from like Hertfordshire or something?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Yo. I guess the after listening to Red's poor attempt at debating it,
Watford, yeah. He's
the
from
main one I want to talk about is probably just like healthcare in general, like between the two countries. Because you were discussing a lot about Medicare and Medicaid, but they have eligibility criterias. You're not entitled to that like from the get-go. And like purely on a stats point, 99% of people like less than 99%. As in, I think it's like 0.2 or something like that are not covered by the NHS in the UK, as opposed to 7.9% of people in 2023 that weren't insured at all.
Yeah.
So I mean, that alone, you've already got 26 million people there in 2023 that weren't covered by like any kind of insurance.
Yeah.
So that like whether that's government funded or private. So I mean, what do you think of that?
Well, that is so the primary flaw when you talk about the USA is the uninsured population to an extent, because there's some evidence to suggest that if you're uninsured or underinsured, that there'll be a percentage of people necessarily that pass away or experience adverse healthcare outcomes and there's association between being uninsured and adverse healthcare outcomes. But the issue is that most of those people aren't necessarily uninsured just because they can't afford it. So it's not necessarily a flaw of the system. Sometimes it's because they actually don't want to be insured. Now let's assume that they do want to be insured, right? In the UK, the accessibility criteria can't just be what did you say? You said 0.2% of people are
It's like all like virtually no one is not covered by the NHS. Obviously, you've got issues associated with like, I don't know, waiting lists, things like that. So people do opt for private still, but
right, exactly. So like accessibility and eligibility wise, everyone would essentially look like they're eligible. So how do we really quantify the people that are not really be able to access the healthcare system? And it's essentially the bulk. It's essentially the people that are waiting.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got like NHS is a flawed system by all means, but having a purely premium-based like insurance where you're responsible for your own insurance, that's obviously like it's profit-based. I mean, you can see it in GDP reflections. Like the US spends like almost double what, like I think it's like 17% of their GDP is spent on healthcare alone compared to 10% of the UK's GDP.
But do you know what the problem is? Is that the US has a bigger healthcare sector. So the healthcare expenditure, that's not actually per person. That's just per. That's not actually what the personal expenditure. That's the expenditure per citizen. But let's just use that metric for example. That some of that money that the employers are paying for people's healthcare is fueling the private sector, which is fueling innovation, which is fueling medical research. So the money is actually creating an economy. That's what people fail to understand, is that they just say like it costs more. Like imagine this for example. Imagine if I'm telling you like about HS2. You know HS2, the rail project?
Yeah.
And I'm like HS2, how much? Let's see how much it's supposed to cost.
A lot.
Hold on, I want to know this actually. Let's say I'm like, HS2, yeah, HS2 is going to cost 37.2 billion. So imagine if I'm just like, bro, man, HS2 is going to cost 32.7 billion. Don't do it. It's too expensive. You would be like, well, where's the 32.7 billion going? Like, how much money is the 32.7 billion going to bring in? Like, what are we getting for the 32.7 billion? Do you get what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but that's
So it's like people always like, oh, it costs 13 grand. It costs, it's like 13 grand. What is the 13 grand made up of? Oh, it's made up of employers paying health insurance companies for people's healthcare, right? And then the health insurance companies pay the hospitals, right? So you're actually fueling private hospitals. You're fueling a private economy with that money, and the individual is only fueling that by half, and then the private sector is, well, the individual's probably fueling it by maybe 45%. The private sector is probably fueling it by another 45%, and then the state is probably fueling it by 10%, right?
Yeah,
So,
but things like Medicaid and stuff they're really poor examples of like government things that are working well. I mean, the qualifying for it is like for a single individual household, it's around $20,000 up to about $50,000 for a four person household. So if you're earning under that, you can qualify for Medicaid. But then if you're over that, you're almost completely ineligible unless you're like disabled, over 65 or something like that. So that leaves a massive portion of like working population people, also still young people, like young adults that, like, I don't know, will probably fall above that 20,000 like USD criteria, but will not be able to afford it.
That's one of the things I actually like about the American system the most, is that most of the people that are actually ineligible for Medicaid are the people that are least likely to be unwell. So it's the way it's designed is actually means that even though there will be people that fall into that gap where they're earning too much to get Medicaid and they're maybe a bit too broke to get health insurance, the vast majority of those people are going to be like 22 or something. I'm sure if we calculate the average age of those individuals, it'll be like a young adult who's healthier, female. It'll be like a young adult female or male or something like that.
Yeah.
That is very unlikely to get a chronic health condition. Now, if they are, for those people that do get the chronic health conditions, I actually believe that people with chronic health conditions should be able to get access to either free or subsidized healthcare depending on the chronic condition. So I believe in expanded Medicaid, bro. I believe in a mixed healthcare model. But the reality is that the NHS is way far away from a mixed healthcare model.
Yeah, but it's a far more inclusive healthcare model. Like that's like it's objectively more inclusive. Just from the fact that you have over 99% of people being covered by it.
Inclusive on paper, yeah.
Well, no, but in practice as well. Like you would never be turned down by the NHS for something, whereas you can definitely be turned down from your. It's not just a case of also who's insured and who's uninsured.
Why do you think you won't be turned down by the NHS or something? They do cost benefit analysis all the time. They turn down stuff all the time.
Yeah, but that's the exact same in a health insurance policy.
Yeah,
your insurance providers will find any void possible to like avoid paying in your health insurance.
They literally pay out like 80% of the time. The number one reason, and they pay out. I think.
Sorry, that's wrong.
No, it's right. I think they pay out 75% of the time.
Well, the contractor that got shot in in New York was literally because his company like rejected over 40% nearly.
Yeah, because that
their
company was
insurance.
dog shit. But
Well, that was the largest insurance provider in the US.
They weren't rejecting everything for everybody.
It was almost
specific.
70. It was over 70% though.
But the thing is, you know that the number one reason why insurers reject people is because they weren't even eligible for the thing that they claimed for.
It's because it's profits based.
No, it's actually because if you can look it up now, like look it up. What's the number one reason why health insurance companies reject a claim? It's because the person wasn't eligible. So it's like, imagine if I'm like, hi,
yeah, but those eligibility constraints are set out in fine print so that the companies can avoid paying.
True, and I'm not shilling for insurance companies. I want them to be held accountable same way I want big pharma to be held accountable same way I want NHS corruption to be held accountable.
It's not, it's not that I'm saying a premium.
But it's disingenuous to act like, oh, your insurer just doesn't pay out, and every time you claim they just won't pay out. Like, majority of the time they do pay out. It's like your car insurance. Like, your car insurance usually pays out, bro. Like, for the main.
Well, yeah, because it's harder to argue, but also it's still the same thing with car insurance. Like, they will launch their own investigation to avoid paying. Like, if you have your car stolen from you, they will be involved in the police report to say, like, well, there are things like back door was left unlocked, things like that. All of that stuff will then ultimately lead to you, like, oh, your car was stolen, but you did this, so you're not getting paid out. Like, okay. It's all the same thing, regardless of health or car or.
Okay, so yeah, a downside of the private healthcare system is that you have to negotiate and take some level of.
Well, yeah, private healthcare works. I'm not saying like NHS is flawless and private healthcare isn't inherently evil, but it's the way that it functions in the US is that it's made in a sense where it's not accessible to everyone. So,
well, I think it is accessible to everyone. It's just about.
But it's factually not. 9% are uninsured, so 7%. Sorry,
it may not be accessible in the sense of you have to know, you have to understand the system better in the USA. I'll give you that. I'll say it's less accessible in the sense that you have to know the system and understand the system better in order to use and take advantage of it. But I would say that
and also be financially stable enough to support it.
Nah, you don't have to be financially stable to get healthcare in the USA. It's easy to get healthcare. It's like. It's easy. It's easier than car insurance. You just sign up, boom, bam. You can go on your family.
I mean, I don't live in the US, so I can't speak on how much it costs. But like I said earlier, with Medicaid and systems like that, you need to be earning under about 20K to qualify for that. Most people will be earning over that, but that's still not a livable salary in the US.
No, it's not. But like they earn a lot more money than us. So. Yeah,
I know, but that's all proportionate. Like the US average salary is like, if you compare like. Excluding foreign exchange, like it's like 40,000 US dollars higher than the average salary in the UK, but proportionately things cost significantly more, so you'd actually get taken.
Things don't cost that much more.
They do. You can see breakdowns of it like everywhere. It's like
20% higher cost of living.
Yeah, but the reason like America likes to brag about the low insurance or the low tax that they pay, but the issue is it's very expensive on everything else because it's covered by the fact. Like, I mean, you've got people here saying eggs cost $6, like £1.50 in the UK. General living cheaper. Stuff, food, like petrol, all of that. Like petrol's expensive everywhere.
Food is cheaper in the UK. Gas is cheaper by 2/3. Petrol is 3 times more expensive in the UK. Clothes are cheaper in the United States. So it depends. But generally, overall, the cost of living is higher in the United States. But there's a metric called discretionary income, which factors in the person's income minus the cost of living for their general expenses. And discretionary income is higher in the USA. So given everything, they still got more money left over at the end of the day.
Yeah, but it's not just about simply take home at the end of the day. That money goes like even just through health insurance. The fact you'll put like a national insurance deduction at the end of the month of a paycheck is significantly less drastic than what you'd be paying on private health insurance in the US.
Let me ask you a question. If all of the stuff that you're saying is true, why is it that Americans are actually so much richer than us in terms of? Because I kind of know why, and the Telegraph actually released something recently that exactly mirrored all my theories. It was uncanny.
Well, I mean, it's blatant opportunity.
Why do you think that by the time a US citizen is in like their 30s, 40s. They're literally got a net worth difference of like 400, 500k compared to us.
I mean, it's pretty simple if you look at GDPs and economic status of the two countries.
But why do you think their economy is so good?
Well, I mean, look at the natural resources, land mass, like all of that is going to contribute to a stronger economy.
Do you not think that it's also that it's a more privatized system that has more economic freedom?
Yeah, which benefits people. That doesn't benefit the majority of people. Privatized systems.
It does.
No, they're predominantly made to benefit people that are already wealthy.
Let me ask you another question.
That's an issue in the UK as well. That's not US exclusive.
When you look at the wealth transfer in the world over the past 50 years, why do you think
it's shrinking in the US.
Why do you think that
a lot?
Why do you think that it's generally in the Western world, but all of the countries that industrialized, did they industrialize because they all adopted socialist policies, or did they industrialize because they used capitalist policies and took loans in order to increase expenditure and investments in order to lift more people out of poverty? Did that happen because of capitalism, or did that happen because of socialist policy?
I'm not sure what you're like. What's the point though?
If you go outside the West, majority of the countries in the world that have developed, majority of the wealth
are capitalist.
No, but the majority of the wealth is coming from countries that have industrialized, meaning they've had new technology. There's expanded electricity. They've got new technology, expanded electricity, internet.
So if every country is industrializing, how does that? Yeah, but what difference does that make to the US being better than the UK?
What I'm trying to explain to you is that is how they lifted themselves out of poverty, and it shows that because you said that it's only better for the rich, but the poor are benefiting worldwide from capitalism, basically. Because now they have electricity, they have plumbing, they have running water, they have better access to education, they have better ability to travel, they have internet, they have the ability to speak anywhere in the world, they have access to apps on their phone and entrepreneurship. Like, capitalism is what is developing the world.
Yeah, it's developing, but that doesn't take away from what the initial point was that the privatized healthcare system in the US is ultimately far more exclusive in comparison to the NHS. So you get left with people that are not covered by health, like whether it's health, like government healthcare or private, they aren't covered. And that's reflected in things like child mortality rates higher, life expectancy is lower, infant mortality.
That's just because they have more African Americans.
Oh, I mean, is there any like proof of causation there? But
I'm not saying it's causal, it's just a statistical feature. African American children are like 4 times more likely to die.
Yeah, but correlation doesn't prove causation.
I didn't say there's causation. I said that it's a statistical feature that accounts for the difference in life expectancy.
But that's like a completely separate issue that the US has.
No, what I'm trying to explain to you is that if you adjust for the average life expectancy of black children worldwide, independent of different healthcare systems, that accounts for why the life expectancy is lower in the USA and for why the child mortality is higher in the USA.
Yeah, but you can, like, the same way you can draw a correlation between those two, you can do that with the fact that 8% of people aren't supported by healthcare.
No, but there's no disparity anymore once you adjust for that.
Okay, but you still have 8%. That disparity isn't covered.
As in the life expectancy. Okay, if you just assume that there is a distribution of let's say, for example, if the UK, perfect example, if the UK had 13% black people, the life expectancy in the UK would go down. You wouldn't have to change anything about the healthcare system, nothing. Just increasing the percentage of black people to 13% in the UK, the life expectancy in the UK would go down and the child mortality rate would go up. You wouldn't have to change anything. So there wouldn't be a disparity. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
That's just a complete hypothetical that I'm not going to argue about.
I can do it mathematically for you right now. That is a fact based on the child mortality rates.
Yeah, but that's still straying from the point.
How?
Because there's going to be a fundamental correlation between the fact that if 8% of people aren't covered by health insurance, that's going to impact life expectancy and
It
infant
doesn't.
mortality.
There's no evidence that it does. Because,
But it does.
No, but listen to. That's why I'm bringing up the racial thing, because I'm trying to say to you that once you adjust for just that one thing alone, there isn't even a disparity. So how can you say there's evidence that it leads to?
But I'm bringing you
when there isn't a disparity in life expectancy after you adjust for that.
You can go on the congress.government website and look at those statistics, whereas you can't go on there and pull a statistic that says if you increase the percentage of African American people by X%, therefore mortality rate or infant mortality rate would drop by this percent. And there'd be no disparity. You can't just say that.
That is a fact based on the increased rate of mortality.
What's the fact though? There's no fact there. You're just
The fact is that if they were a higher percentage of the population, because they have a higher likelihood of dying in childbirth, increasing their percentage in the population will increase the likelihood of them dying in childbirth. That's a mathematical fact based on the numbers that we have. Like, okay, I'll tell you why. If orange people are more likely to have 6 toes, and there's 10 orange people in the population, if there's now 100 orange people in the population, I get what you're trying to say, that they're more like. So infant mortality is higher, therefore that's what's causing the disparity. But I didn't say that's causing it. I said if you increase the population.
You said there'd be no disparity anymore if you got rid of that factor. So you are saying it's causing it.
You're not getting rid of the factor. You're adjusting the population to the same.
You said there would be no difference between the infant mortality rate.
Yes.
If you adjusted for African American population.
Yes, as in if you put their racial demographics.
That is therefore drawing a causation.
No, it's not. Are you listening?
You are.
No, I'm not.
If you change one thing to change the outcome of another, you're saying that thing is causing it.
I'm adjusting for.
You can change the word, but that doesn't change whether it's causal or not.
Do you know what the word causal means?
Yes.
I'm not saying them being black causes lower life expectancy. I'm saying if you look at the current stats that we currently have for the likelihood of a child passing away, a black child is 4 times more likely or so to pass away, right? The UK has like.
I mean, it's not 4 times, but yeah.
Well, I think it's higher. I think the mother. Let's look it up. Let's do the numbers. Child mortality rate, UK.
An African American child in the US is 4 times more likely to die at birth than a white American child.
I think in the hold on. Let me do the numbers so that I can get the numbers exactly right.
I couldn't tell you a stat, but that can't be right.
African American.
See, even Hez is saying I'm not wrong. You are drawing causation by saying you're
I'm not drawing causation. Just hear me out. It's so in the non-Hispanic black infants die at roughly 2 to 2.5 times the rate of non-Hispanic white infants. In the UK, I believe it's actually close to four times. For example, in 2022, the infant mortality rate for infants of black women was about 10.9 per 1,000 births, higher than the rate for white infants.
So let me check what your point is then. You're saying...
Listen. So another study covering 2018 to 2021 found that the black infant mortality rate was 11 per 1,000 births, while the white rate was 4.3. So that's almost 3 times roughly. It says 2.53. Okay, so...
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing.
So now, which country has more...
is higher, I'm aware of that, but...
Which country has more African Americans?
Yeah, American.
Okay, if you increase the UK's... If you look at the UK's demographics and say...
Yeah, if you change the proportion of UK people...
Yeah, so that it mirrors the same... Yes. So therefore, if you did that, there would be no disparity that you would be attributing to the healthcare system.
Which is drawing causation. You are saying that by changing that, you are therefore saying that disparity will no longer be there. So you're saying that the African-American higher proportion of people is the thing that is causing it. That's such a simple concept.
I didn't say that it's causing it. I said that
you can use a different word, but that's exactly what you're saying.
It doesn't have to be causing it. That's a statistical fact that if you increase it, I don't care what the chat says. If you increase it,
well, maybe you should.
Okay. Let's go back to the toes example, right?
Because I get what you're saying.
Just hear me out. The orange people have 6 toes, yeah. Are you saying, and then increasing the number of orange people increases the number of people with six
with
toes.
6 toes, yeah.
Does that mean that being orange is what causes you to have 6 toes?
But you're saying that the African Americans have a higher infant mortality rate, right?
Yeah.
Agreed. Okay. But if you're saying that, therefore, if you remove that, so you adjust for the proportion of people in the UK, and therefore there would then no longer be any difference between the two, the rate would be the same. You're just completely jumping to a conclusion. You can't just simply say that. That's a complete blanket statement. But 2, you are then, by saying that, you are saying that is what's causing the difference, is the fact that the proportion of African American people in the USA is higher than in the UK, right? You're saying once you adjust for that, the difference is gone.
But you can
Correct?
show that.
Is that what you're saying? Once you adjust for the difference,
you can show that mathematically.
Yep. Well, I mean, I'd enjoy to see that.
Okay, so there's the difference. What's the difference in percentage of blacks and whites in the UK? It's like in UK compared to US, it's like 4 times different, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so therefore there would be a 4 times higher.
Mariam,
rate.
go ahead and ask the question. I think Mariam's got something to ask.
There would be a 4 times higher rate of about 13% of the population dying, right?
Sorry, what was that? Go say that again.
So there would be a 4. So if you increase the black population to that level, then that means
The
that
proportion,
there
yeah.
would be a skew effect of the new number of people you now have that are more
agreed.
likely to die.
It would make a difference,
There would be
undoubtedly.
an increased child mortality rate, yeah?
Yeah, child mortality rate would increase in the UK
Yes.
based on that preconceived fact.
And child mortality has an effect on life expectancy, right?
Yeah, but now what you've done is you've said you've got one factor, and that is and you have one factor and a difference, right? You are concluding that single factor, which is proportion of African Americans, is the reason that you have that difference, and therefore, if you get rid of that, the difference is no longer there. You can't prove that. There would still be a difference based on a lot of other factors. One of which is
what would the difference be?
Well, can you say? You can't say that the difference would be. If you're saying the difference would be nil, it is on you to therefore say what it would be.
Okay,
like how?
Okay, because the life expectancy difference between the UK and the USA is like 2 years. It's like, what is it, 78 and 80, right? So we're talking about a difference in life expectancy of about what? It's about 2.5% difference.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
if you have now 4 times more children that are, let's just say, 2.5 times more likely to die, are you saying that you don't think that's going to account for a 2.5% difference in life expectancy?
No, because they're 2 completely different statistics. You can't just because one's 2.5% and what? You saying 2.5 times is going to change for the 2.5%?
A black child is 2.5 times more likely to die in childbirth. Increasing the percentage of black children increases the overall percentage of children that are dying. I'm saying that would increase. You can't say that gets rid of the difference completely.
Why?
That would increase by about 2.5%.
Like, can you explain why?
Because of mathematics.
Bro. No, like, there is a reason why.
It doesn't matter why. I'm not describing the reason. I'm not talking about causality. I'm talking about statistics. You increase.
Yeah, but
you're increasing something. You're increasing a proportion of people.
You're making a cross comparison of 2 separate statistics.
No, I'm not. Life expectancy is determined by child mortality.
Just explain it. Explain it in basic maths then. How a 2. No. If a 2.5 times, as in 2.5 times more likely to die, right? You said.
Yeah.
How does that account for directly a 2.5% difference? 2.5 times and 2.5%.
No, that's not what I'm saying, bro. You have to listen, bro. I'm not saying both the numbers are 2.5. I'm saying those children are more likely to die, and now there's more of them in the population, right? So there's now going to be an increased likelihood of people dying at a young age, which
you
is
can
going
say-
to have a skew effect. It's going to skew life expectancy lower. You only have to skew life expectancy lower by 2.5%.
I think-
the
okay, well-
increased number of children dying is going to be 2.5 times higher.
We'll finish this talking point in a
For that
second.
percentage of population.
Yeah, we'll finish this talking
that's
point in a second to move on.
So that is about even that's gonna change the I'll run the maths. Go on, you talk.
No. Genuinely, it doesn't make a difference.
Okay, let's do the
Like,
maths
what
right now.
Because all you can prove, and I agree with you, I'm not saying this is wrong, is you can prove the fact that it would cause infant mortality to increase in the UK, but you couldn't say it would get rid of the difference between the two.
The difference between the two in terms of life expectancy. Of course, the difference in life expectancy is influenced by child mortality.
Yeah,
That's how they're connected. If you increase,
well, yeah, it has an influence, but we're talking about infant mortality rates solely.
Infant mortality rates necessarily affect the life expectancy. You can't.
Yeah, but I was
another.
never debating what life expectancy at all. You were saying that because there's a difference in the UK between infant mortality, and because the reason we're looking at infant mortality alone is because if you look at infant mortality rates, that's going to affect life expectancy. So if you looked at life expectancy, you're starting with part 2 of the conversation, whereas we're looking at part 1 here, being the fact that the child's it's just an infant mortality rate.
Right.
I don't know how else to explain that.
Right. So you're saying, how does it account for the difference between the UK and the USA?
Well, because what you said was that because infant mortality rates higher in African American populations, if you change for that proportion so that it's identical in the US and the UK, you said it would get rid of the difference between infant mortality in the UK and the US. It wouldn't. You can't conclude that.
But okay, so you want to see the difference in infant mortality between?
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because that's a 2.5% difference as well. You can't conclude from that. I agree with you. It would increase the child infant mortality in the UK, but you can't agree that.
Okay,
you can't say it would get rid of the difference.
Okay.
And concluding back to my initial point was that the fact that you have less healthcare accessibility in the US contributes to that.
But that is an assumption. That is an assumption.
It's a correlation. I'm agree.
Okay, there is only a correlation if the disparity still exists when you account for the differences, right?
Well, yeah, which it would.
Okay.
You can't say that.
So what we need to know who's correct and who's incorrect is what is the difference in infant mortality. So let's just do it step by step. And if I'm wrong, I will hold my hands up and say that I'm wrong. Okay. Difference in infant mortality.
I can tell it's 2.3%.
Between UK and USA.
3.2% in the UK and 5.5% in the US.
Okay, yeah. So we're in agreement that, I mean, what I've got is UK 4 deaths per 1,000, USA 5.8 deaths per 1,000. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's skewed slightly upwards, but same difference.
So 1.8 deaths more per 1,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So 4 deaths per 1,000. What we need to know is what would the deaths per 1,000 increase to if...
Also, I think, just to add on to it, I think the point that Mariam and stuff are trying to make is the fact that part of the issue in the US is that African-American pregnancies, and especially people in poorer socioeconomic demographics, are more likely to be neglected by the healthcare system, which contributes to the increased infant mortality rate. So that's another issue.
But are they
Which
being...
is a fact.
Wait. But are they being neglected by the healthcare system based on lack of access to insurance?
Based on the lack of multiple things. There are
where,
socioeconomic disadvantages to them.
No. But specifically, the point you're raising is that lack of access to private insurance would be the thing that's influencing their increase.
Well, it could be private or government, but either way, they have less access to it.
But even if they... Okay, so you're saying that pregnant mothers who want to give birth have less access to hospitals? Where's the evidence of that?
Well, I mean, no, we were talking about African American specifically, but
exactly. Do pregnant African American mothers who want to give birth have less access to hospitals?
What, in comparison to the UK? 100%.
In comparison, but do they have less access to hospitals in comparison to their white counterparts?
I mean,
It's about how they treat it in those hospitals once they are there and admitted.
That's not,
and
that
also
doesn't
it's,
have
it's
anything
too,
to do with private insurance.
it's too complicated to say because each individual circumstance is going to be different. But the point being that most people would fall on the lower end of the socioeconomic demographic spectrum, so
Yes.
they're going
But the
to
people-
be in a disadvantaged position where they're less likely to receive that healthcare.
No, because
that's
the,
the issue with private healthcare
No,
systems.
because the people that are on the lower end socioeconomically, some of those people, a large percentage of those people, are more likely to have healthcare because they'll be on Medicaid.
But this whole Medicaid is given to people that are under. We've already said it's under 20,000 USD. Most
Yes.
people are way over that,
Yes,
and it's still
but-
not. It's still not inherently livable. 20,000
So-
USD
so-
in the US is not livable whatsoever.
So you're saying black people have less access to hospitals when they're giving birth? Because that's
I
the
didn't
only,
say that.
Where would be the
I said they have
connection?
less direct
Where-
access
where
to
would
things
be-
like private health insurance.
Where would be the connection between the increased black mortality rate in the USA and lack of access to healthcare if you can clearly see that in the UK, where everybody has access to healthcare, and in Africa, where the access to healthcare within the country is going to be the same because the people all within the country are mostly black, why do they still have an increased child mortality rate then?
Because it's a social factor. Oh, what? As in Africa and...
So, exactly. In the UK, when everybody has access to healthcare, they still...
Well, yeah, they might have a genetic predisposition
So how
to
can
have
you?
a higher...
So how can you attribute it to them not having access to private insurance?
But you can't eradicate
no, but
the sig-
even, but
no,
listen,
no,
but
no,
listen,
no,
no, wait, let me finish the point.
Okay.
In the UK, where they have access to public health insurance, to a public healthcare system, they still have a disparity between black people and white people.
But this is
So
the
you
issue.
can't
Is
attribute that. There's no evidence to suggest
I'm
that.
not attributing it.
Okay.
That's the point. Is you are, because I'm saying it's a complex. It's a complex factor of things.
Okay. I'm
So
saying
for
that
and one of those being the fact that they are less likely to be able to receive the appropriate healthcare,
which
and
is
that's
independent.
a fact.
That's independent of them having private insurance. There's no evidence that they're getting worse healthcare simply because they don't have private insurance.
No. I'm not even
compared
just saying.
to
I'm
their
not even
white
just saying
counterparts.
worse healthcare, because a lot of the healthcare actually received can be better in the US. That's not even a point I'm trying to make. I'm saying that 8% of people in the US, 26 million, aren't receiving or aren't insured at all.
Let's just get to the core of the argument. If the black percentage in the UK was 13%, how would this affect the child mortality rate?
I'll let you finish whatever it is, and then we'll move on to a different point. Because
All right. Okay, come on.
yeah, I was gonna say same as Mariam. I want to talk about guns.
Okay, you talk about guns while this loads up.
I mean, I'm happy to. I don't want to lose.
Ooh, I'm also ready for the whole gun situation, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm ready. We can talk.
Okay. One sec. I'm just gonna quickly grab my headphones. You right? Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah, I think. I mean, guns. First of all, I mean, let's talk. I mean, what's your view on it? That it's a right, and therefore everyone should be allowed, is entitled to carry a gun.
I think it's just a basic human right for someone to be able to defend their own life.
I mean, I don't disagree that is people shouldn't be able to defend themselves, but do you not think that at least gun laws should be tightened or restrictions on it?
I think there should be universal.
Or do you
background
think that
checks.
breaches your Fourth Amendment? Is it Fourth Amendment?
Second
I'm not from the
Amendment.
US.
I
Second
think
Amendment.
there should be universal background checks.
So why is that not something that's not already in place? I mean, it's
Well, there is universal background checks, but it's difficult to do a background check on a private sale. And if there was a way for them to do background checks on private sales, I'd be in agreement with it. But I don't think that there's a logistically feasible way to do that without just completely infringing on every single person in the country's rights constantly.
But I mean, it comes down to that issue of you've got your Second Amendment right, and based on the Constitution, that shouldn't be infringed. But when you're looking at the rates people are dying, I mean, you've had 350 mass shootings in 9 months. It hasn't even been a full year yet. And that's just mass shootings as well, not like single off like gun related homicides or anything like that. Do you not think that alone should at least adequate to? I wouldn't even call it an infringement on the Second Amendment right, but if that's how you want to view it, I mean, do you not think that it's at least warranted?
Why do you believe that the prevalence of guns is the reason why there's more mass shootings?
I mean, if a gun is present, do you really want me to explain it on that basic of a level? I mean, if everyone has guns, there's going to be an increased likelihood of shootings.
So there's 500 million guns in America.
Yeah, there's more guns than people.
But 99.9% of people are not involved in shootings. So why do you think that the gun is the reason?
Well, it's because that 1% that are, or less than 1% that are, it's so readily available to them. I mean, there would be the same proportion of mass shootings or similar proportions of mass shootings anywhere else in the world if they were as readily available. But they're not as readily available. Like in the UK, if you could get a gun as easily, you would have a lot more. I think that it was probably like 10 years ago, I think, that the last mass shooting was in the UK.
Do you know that most of the time when they're mass shootings, they're like gang related, or there's some kind of serious like mentally deranged individual?
I mean, there's still a huge proportion that are either like racially targeted or people that just aren't happy and will go out and
I mean, a very small percentage of them are racially targeted.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the ones that tend to make the news are the ones that are going to be. So I agree in that sense. Yeah.
So and most of them are done with illegal firearms, correct?
Yeah, but whether it's illegal or not, the fact that there are so many like readily circulating increases the availability of illegal firearms, and also illegal firearms like what's the it's like what the gun agency that are basically in charge of, I forgot what they're called in the US.
NRA.
Is it FDI? Something like that. I don't know.
NRA?
I don't know. They're to do with like keeping track of like registered firearms and stuff like that. NRA, yeah, I think that's it.
I don't know if they're in charge of keeping track of everything, but
ATF, yeah, I mean,
ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
ATF, is that it? Yeah, okay.
I think it might be.
But I mean, regardless, the point being that if you fundamentally have a lot more guns accessible, if you have 500 million guns in the country, you are going to have more accessibility to illegal firearms regardless. And there's still a huge proportion of people that will commit it with registered firearms.
Why is such a small percentage of people committing mass shootings then if it's about the accessibility to the guns?
It's just a proportion of people, isn't it? So not everyone plans to go out and shoot.
If we reduced the number of guns in America from 50 million to 10 million, do you think that there'd be less mass shootings?
Well, what, from 50 million to 10 million?
Yeah, from 500 million,
to 500 million to 10 million.
10 million, yeah.
Yes.
So you think that even with 10 million guns, people would find it harder to get access to an illegal gun to shoot somewhere?
Yes, because it's a lot easier to monitor and control the distribution of firearms and actually like check who has them if there's only 10 million in the country compared to 500 million. That's just like, that's straightforward.
So what would that be? That would be like a 90% decrease in the number of guns, right? Something like that. I don't know what.
95%, yeah.
Yeah, like a 95% decrease in the number of guns. So let me ask you this then. How is it that there's more gun violence in Mexico than in the United States?
Well, I mean, that's solely down to the incredibly high crime rate in terms of like cartel and gang related activity.
Oh, is there cartel and gang related activity in America as well?
Yeah.
Do you think that's maybe the cause of the gun violence?
Do you think that accounts for 350 mass shootings, most of which weren't performed by people that were cartel or gang members.
Why do you think that they weren't cartel?
We're not
gang
talking
members?
about single homicides here either, like
Why
I
do
don't
you-
know,
why do you
one
think-
gang member
why do you
going to
think
shoot
they-
another gang member.
Why do you think they weren't?
We're talking
cartel?
about people going to schools, people going to supermarkets.
No. You're using certain events that involve that and characterizing all of the mass shootings as those, but really a lot of them are people shooting at each other for other reasons.
Sorry, what
nothing
other
to
examples other than the ones I listed would you consider as mass shootings?
Like you know what working definition of mass shooting are you using? Isn't it when somebody goes and shoots more than one person in a single shooting event? Is it 3 or more people, 2 or more people?
I think it's 3. I can't remember, but you that's not often the case. Like,
but back to the point. How many guns do you think that Mexico has?
I have no idea.
But doesn't that kind of matter? Because if Mexico has
Probably less than 500 million, though.
that's what I'm saying. So they have even less guns, but more gun violence.
Yeah, down to different factors. You do realize there can be more than one
that
factor.
clearly shows that it's not the guns, and that is actually like Switzerland has way more guns than every other Western European nation, and they have less gun violence than Mexico.
Funny that, because they regulate it better.
So does America regulate their guns as well?
America don't regulate it better at all, really.
Guns are banned in Mexico, bro. Like, you have to get a license, and you're like, they have very strict gun control laws in Mexico.
Sorry, but you're talking about a country here that is possibly one of the most corrupt countries in the world, and just because it has very strict gun laws doesn't like get rid of the fact that there's going to be violence.
So you use that argument for Mexico, but you don't use that argument for the United States that there's going to be violence because of the cartel.
No, because the United States is a country that is run by a single functioning government body.
Yeah.
Not where it's run like partially by a paid out cartel.
But my point is that the gun violence is because of the drug trafficking.
Well, that's a new point. You haven't mentioned anything about drug trafficking.
Well, that's why I'm bringing up the cartels, because the trafficking routes go from the cartels make their money from the United States.
So you think that the 350 mass shootings this year are in relation to the drug trafficking?
I think a large percentage of them will be to do with not directly, but it will be indirectly to do with the drug trade. I think a large percentage of them. Then some of them will be directly gang related. Then some of them will be some deranged individual. Yeah.
Any like evidence for that? I mean, I imagine a list of mass shootings would probably show quite different.
Okay, should we get up list of mass shootings?
I mean, it would take. I'm trying to find something that would actually summarize them by
yeah, exactly, the actual categories. So
yeah, because it just comes up with each individual case.
Yeah, we've got.
I'm interested as well. I mean, it's the thing is the gun thing is a very complex issue, because once you have 500 million guns in a country, my point is that it becomes very hard to regulate. It's already past that tipping point, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's kind of the same argument I'm making, is that once you pass a certain threshold of number of guns, accessibility to guns is not the reason why there's more crime.
But fundamentally, if you constrain the ability of people's ability to actually obtain a gun, you are going to therefore indirectly, or almost directly, decrease the amount of shootings there will be, because people are less able to get a gun.
But most of the shootings are being
mental health checks in place. You are going to
most of the shootings
that alone would get rid of the stray cases of people who are mentally deranged. Even though they don't make up the massive proportion of shootings in the US,
but
they still account for a proportion.
Most people that are doing the shootings have illegal firearms, so they're already criminals anyway, because they're in possession of a. Well, not that they're already criminals. I shouldn't say that, but oftentimes they are in illegal possession of a firearm, whether they're not supposed to have a firearm or the firearm itself is a legal firearm with a serial number scratched off.
But I mean, that's the point, though, is that stats make the stats speak a story for themselves. If you look at countries that have lower guns or less guns and less accessibility to guns and more constraint on the guns themselves, you are going to therefore have less associated shootings.
Is that evidenced by some kind of?
Yeah, I mean, look at the statistics of proportions of the guns in a country.
But
sure, you're going to have.
There's actually I've actually seen the graph on that. There's actually no correlation. if you go countrywide, there's no correlation between the number of guns in the country and rates of violence.
What, the number of guns in the country doesn't correlate with the number of shootings
not
or mass
shootings,
shootings?
but overall violence in general. And,
well, that's
and
what I'm saying, is
homicide
shootings.
rate. Yeah, but shootings are only bad.
Well, yeah, because people that are going to
Shootings are only
conduct
bad
violence are
because
going to
they
conduct
constitute
it in a
violent
different
crime.
way.
Shootings are only bad because they constitute violent crime. So if the violent crime rate is still very low, then that's a successful society. You've got a society with guns, but relatively low gun crime. That's essentially what the United States is. It's high
Yeah, but
compared to
that's the
other
point,
countries.
is that's not the case for America at all.
But it kind of is because of how
They
many
have
guns
a,
there are. If your
no,
argument is it's
like
because of the guns,
comparatively, they have a completely disproportionate rate of gun. So what do you think the answer is then? Because if people are owning guns to protect themselves, right, from other people with guns,
Mm-hmm.
it's not like you clearly have some kind of issue if your gun crime and like all of that is disproportionately higher than other countries. There's clearly some issue. So what do you think the solution to it is then?
it's a tough
Or do you
issue
think
to
it doesn't
solve.
need a solution and everyone just keeps on going around shooting each other?
It's a tough issue to solve. I mean, I in terms of crime,
Do you
and
not
punishment,
agree that a start would be to start putting more constraints in place so that at least people that are mentally deranged wouldn't be able to get access to a gun?
they have the constraints like that already. I think the issue is more
Do you
about
think it's
targeting-
functioning well?
Yeah, overall, I'd say yeah. But the issue I think is more about the trafficking. I honestly think if you target the cartels in Central America and South America, I think that would decrease the violence in the United States. I
So
think you need to go to
reining the
source.
argument back in terms of a USA versus UK like disagreement,
Mm-hmm.
do you not think that all of those associated issues that are causing, like whether you're saying it's cartel related or the fact that there are more guns, do you not think that that's obviously going to be something that you would therefore say the UK is better in the sense that one, you have lower gun rates, but also clearly you're saying cartel activity is high. I mean, look at the fentanyl trade. Like all of that is obviously support for the fact that the UK is better in that sense. Also, I just wanted to. I'm not even.
It's
I think
better in
way
terms
too
of
complicated to argue which one's
gun
better, but-
violence. Yeah, UK is better in terms of gun violence.
So we've healthcare, gun violence. What else?
No, it's not better in terms of healthcare.
I disagree, but we won't go back to that.
I mean,
We'll agree to disagree on that.
The child mortality rate. What I will give you that the child mortality rate increase based on the increase in black population. It does increase it. It increases it to a very, very similar number, but I will concede that the number is not exactly the rate that it is in the UK.
See, so that's all I
In
was
the
trying to
UK.
say is you can't draw the.
Go on.
You couldn't draw from that you could get rid of that entirely. I agree that it would obviously increase or decrease the difference between the two, but like what my point was is you still have a disparity which is likely to do with the fact that 8% of people can't get insured in the US or
Okay.
don't have access to health insurance.
Okay, but that is also an inference. That is also an assumption that you're making. I personally feel like I can normalize the metric because remember, you're talking about raw.
Well, I'm not assuming 8% of people
No.
factually in
You're-
2023 were
that,
uninsured.
you can't say that, bro. You can't say that just because they don't have private insurance that's going to give them a worse hospital outcome when they go for maternity.
No.
Because
I'm not talking about
when
private
you-
insurance.
When you're
I'm
giving
saying
birth in the United States,
8% of people
you're going to go
weren't
to the hospital
insured.
when you're pregnant. That's an
Medicare,
emergency
Medicaid,
situation.
private
Bro,
insurance,
a birth
8% of people weren't
is
covered.
a birth is a medical emergency anyway. You're gonna go to the hospital. But what I'm trying to say is
And you
that
face the bill at the end of it.
But that has nothing to do with your actual experience in the hospital.
Of course it does. People
No,
are
it
going to
doesn't. You get
actively
the-
avoid healthcare
You get-
if they know
you
that they're
don't
not going to be
you
able to
can't-
cover it.
You don't actively avoid. Your
Sorry,
birth
but I've
of
seen.
your
I know
child.
this is anecdotal,
You're
and I
pregnant.
don't like using anecdote.
You're pregnant.
Just this,
You get whisked
just-
to the hospital. It's a medical emergency.
Well, people perform pregnancies and give birth at home, but that's a separate
Virtually
thing.
nobody does that, bro.
No, but I know this is anecdotally, but
Nobody's
there are
going.
plenty.
Nobody
Can-
is
can
going to
I-
go. I can't afford to give birth, so I'm going to give birth at home.
Can I finish? Because
and-
we're talking about pregnancies solely here, but I can speak anecdotally, and I you might say that you've never seen any of this as well, but there are plenty of videos and cases of people saying, "Oh no, don't call an ambulance," or not going to the hospital for something that could be worried about because of the fact that they are worried of the associated bill with it because they don't have insurance, or they don't want to face the premiums related to it. Whereas in the UK,
Yeah,
you
but
sign
that's
up for a
not. But
GP
that's not going
appointment
to
and
be a
you have it checked.
childbirth. That's not going to be a childbirth. So let me just finish the point.
But childbirth isn't health. Healthcare isn't
No,
childbirth.
but that's because I'm trying to finish the point I was making before about the disparity. Is that those numbers have not been normalized or accounted for in any other way. All you're seeing is the raw number. I think that the primary factor is the racial demographics. Now, if let's assume the disparity still exists, there's loads of other things we still haven't adjusted for. We haven't adjusted for the obesity rate. We haven't adjusted for the food that they're consuming. We have like the diet of the mother, for example. We haven't adjusted
all of things which are inclusively part of a government.
Wait. We have that's not inclusively part of the government.
Obesity rates are.
That is to do with the individual's personal choice and how they live. If you were to adjust for, which I think the biggest factor would be race, then you adjust for obesity levels, which are obviously higher in the United States. If you adjust for the diet of the mother,
I get you're saying all these things you adjust for, but can we come back to what you were just saying about things like obesity rate?
Then you would not have a disparity to compare to say that this disparity must be caused by the difference in.
Again, we're just going back to the argument from before, but
no, that's why I just wanted to bring it back. I did concede part of it, but I wanted to clarify my overall.
Where you've just brought up there that obesity rates aren't influenced by the government and this independent choice, that's just factually wrong.
Tell us how.
Governments have a huge influence over things like obesity rates because they're in charge of food-related laws. Look at sugar tax in the UK.
But
that's going to contribute to lower.
But that has nothing to do with the type of healthcare system that there is.
No, I know, but you just I wasn't making that point. You just said there a second ago that obesity rate is down to the person.
I'm saying that you can adjust for something like obesity rate because you're trying to say that it's actually being caused by the type of healthcare system. And I'm saying, no, it's being caused by other factors that when you adjust for those factors, there's no disparity left to say, oh, this is being caused by the type of healthcare system. You're making an assumption that is based on the type of healthcare system.
No. You're making the assumption that there's no disparity left because you can't prove that. Because there are other factors that would stray.
I've accounted for what
you're coming to the conclusion that everything would skew the metric.
Hold on, we've got one death per after doing the mathematics, so it increases by about 0.2 per 100,000.
Everything you're skewing though,
we've got a difference.
Is in relation.
Hold on, we've got a difference of one death per 1,000 left to account for. Right,
one death per 100,000.
A 20% difference because it's one death per 100,000 to account for. So it's 4.
Yeah, to account for, which is, and of the difference, it was 2%. So that's still 50% of the variance that you haven't accounted for.
I haven't accounted.
That's a huge proportion.
But I'm saying there's now a 20% difference to account for in the mortality rate.
You said 1 per 1,000 people, right?
There's a difference now between the UK when you adjust for the racial demographics. There's now a difference of 1 per 1,000 when you compare the UK and the US to account for.
That's massive.
Is it statistically significant? You say it's massive.
Yes, because
we're
talking about,
that's what I'm saying. So if you want it to be,
we're talking about a statistic that's 3.2 to 5.5. So a 1% difference. It goes 2%
it goes all the way up to 4. That's what I'm saying. It goes all the way up to 4, right? When you adjust for racial demographics, then now there's a difference of about 1 to account for. What is it? 1 point. What is it?
Which healthcare would influence?
Okay, tell us why you think that the child mortality rate is influenced by the fact that the US has a mixed healthcare model. I just want to understand your point.
Sorry. So my point being that if you have, so this comes back to the key statistic of this whole point is that 8% of people are uninsured in 2023. So they don't have access to healthcare. All right? Unless they pay for it out of pocket.
That doesn't mean that they don't have access to healthcare.
Well, no, they can pay for it out of pocket, sure, but
they don't. No, they get the access anyway, and then they pay for it later.
And then file for medical bankruptcy. Brilliant,
no,
good for them.
Only 0.1% of people file for medical bankruptcy.
0.1% is a significant amount of people in the US.
But you're deviating again from the point. That has nothing to do with their access to healthcare. They get the
Yeah, but-
access. So
So
why?
you think that
So when
less-
they're going into hospital to give birth, none of that has anything to do with their access to healthcare. Their money,
So we're
the bill,
arguing
none
about
of that
who
even
has a
gets
better-
taken care
We're
of.
arguing about who has a better healthcare system, and I pull a statistic that says there's a 2% difference between the UK and the US in terms of child infant mortality, and you think that the healthcare system has nothing to do with that.
I'm asking you, why do you think that a mother who's uninsured, or a mother that's insured, or a mother that's on Medicaid is less
Because they're going to
likely-
avoid correct procedures.
No, they
they're not
can't
going to
avoid
go
correct
to the
procedures.
hospital.
They go to the hospital.
You can give pregnancy at home is a very common thing.
I don't think you
everywhere
understand
in the
how
world.
childbirth works in the USA. That's the thing. You think that there's a way. For
Yeah,
them
you have to
sub-
pay for pregnancy.
No. That comes after the access. You access the care, then the bill's later. You're not even thinking about that until after.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I promise you, a lot of people are thinking about the bill.
I promise you that when somebody's about to give birth, the hospital, the paramedic, the mother, none of them, the bill has nothing to do with any of it.
Well, I'm sure the paramedic
Until
doesn't care
after.
because they're getting paid.
Mate, you know I've had a child in the United States, right? In a United States hospital. So I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and like you said earlier to Red, you have insurance.
No, I didn't
You're
have
not-
insurance in
you're
the
not
USA.
part of
I
the
didn't have
statistic
in-
we're talking
No, I
about.
didn't have insurance in the USA. We were eligible for emergency Medicaid. So people that can't afford healthcare, when they give birth for free in the United States.
So someone's just put 50 to 70% of bankruptcy filings are tied in some way to medical bills.
Okay, that's completely irrelevant to the point that I'm making, and it also is irrelevant.
Well,
because
no, but you said
medical
earlier
bills-
that
medical
barely
bills-
anyone files for medical
bi-
bankruptcy.
Yeah, barely anyone files for medical bankruptcy. The people that do it because they don't want to pay the bill.
Well, or because they can't.
It's not because they can't. It's because they just don't want to.
I promise you, some people can't.
Well, if they get 500k in medical care and then they just file for bankruptcy and don't pay the bill, that's a win.
That's not
The
that's,
people that you're referring to as they can't. You're inferring that they're poor. They couldn't
Sorry,
get
I
healthcare. But
I
it's
don't want to
actually-
stray back to the.
it's
I
actually
don't want to
more
stray
people-
back to the
medical
same
bankruptcy
point.
is
that we-
actually more people that have loads of money, then got loads of care to the point where they incurred hundreds of thousands, then they file for bankruptcy. Joel says filing for bankruptcy isn't something you can just do because you feel like it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So the people that are filing for bankruptcy are the people that have the highest bill. That's why so much of the
Joel's not agreeing with you. They're not just
Bankruptcy.
choosing to go and be bankrupt.
they're not they're using the bankruptcy to not pay the highest bills. But
No,
most-
they're receiving medical, they're
most of
receiving
the
medical care, and
most
then
of
they're
the
left
medical-
with a fee that they can't pay, and then they file for bankruptcy.
listen. Most of the medical debt is spread across the population in small amounts. The type
Also,
of person,
bankruptcy is not just going,
listen.
"Oh, I have £0."
I know that the type of person that is filing for bankruptcy over a medical bill is a person that has incurred massive amounts of medical bills, right? So I'm saying it's a good thing that they're able to use the bankruptcy to not pay the medical bill. People make it seem like medical bankruptcy means the person is destitute or left destitute. That's not what it means. It means that they have a bill that's really high that they don't want to pay or they can't pay. But it doesn't mean that they're poor. It doesn't mean they don't have assets. It doesn't mean they don't have any money.
If someone has to file for medical bankruptcy, that's not a functioning and well sorted system. If they needed that
the
healthcare,
bankruptcy is part of the system.
which it shouldn't be. You shouldn't
Why
be
should
left
it not be
bankrupt.
part? What?
Why
Bro,
should you?
what
No,
are
no,
you
no,
talking
no,
about?
no, 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 no. Let me talk.
Why
Let me
should
talk.
you?
Why
Do you
should-
know what
no,
the
no,
word
no, no.
bankrupt means? I think you think it means financially destitute. That's not what it means.
No. If you file for medical bankruptcy, you're not in a
don't-
good position.
You don't file for medical bankruptcy. You will file for bankruptcy, and your medical bills will constitute part of the debt. So it's not just the medical bill necessarily, although that will be a significant contributing factor if a person is filing for bankruptcy and they have a massive medical bill. But they're filing for bankruptcy so that they don't have to pay the bill. So that's a good thing. Are you saying that's a bad thing?
So you think them being left in a bankrupt position is a good thing?
No, I'm saying that. What do you mean left in a bankrupt position?
Left being in the state of bankruptcy, if they are bankrupt at the end of the medical,
What do
fees they
you
receive.
think a state of bankruptcy is? Like, do you think they have no home, no food, no like? What do you think that is?
No, it's a process in which someone declares that they can't pay the debt that they owe, so they
Yeah.
seek relief.
And you're saying that's somehow a bad thing?
Yes, being left with a debt you can't repay is not a good thing.
But then you didn't pay the debt. That's why bankruptcy is a good mechanism so that the people don't pay the debt.
You think filing bankruptcy is a good position to be in?
I didn't say it's a good
be-
position to be in. I'm saying it affects a very small percentage of the population, and the people
So
that
that
it
has nothing-
affects.
you're straying, you're
Listen,
deviating.
bro, you're not assimilating information. The people that it affects are the people that have. It's a small percentage of people that have incurred a large bill, and they use it as a mechanism whereby they end up not paying that bill. That's a good thing for them, because they didn't pay the bill. It would be worse if they didn't file for medical bankruptcy and they had to continuously pay a massive medical bill.
Yeah, but they could. They don't just choose to file back for bankruptcy. They have to be in the position where they qualify for bankruptcy.
Right. Which doesn't necessarily mean
if
that
they're
they
in
have
that position, they are in a financially detrimental position, which has been left as a result of the healthcare they've received. That shouldn't be the case in a functioning healthcare
they're
system.
not necessarily in a financially detrimental
Okay,
position.
let's say you're
But
uninsured.
Wait. They're not necessarily, because what it is when the bill gets taken away, now they're not in a financially detrimental position.
Let's give a hypothetical,
Yeah.
right? If you were uninsured in the US and you had a freak accident, you owe 250,000 USD, and you have nothing. You couldn't cover that debt if you wanted to, right? You're not in a financial position to.
Yeah.
You're then forced into filing for bankruptcy because you can no longer cover that debt.
Yeah.
Because you needed to receive that that healthcare in order to live.
Yeah.
Do you think that reflects a more functioning healthcare system than somewhere like the NHS, where you would be saved and not left with hospital bills at the end?
Yes, because you
think that's that's crazy.
You just explained why it's better, because you end up not paying the bill.
Because someone's left with a bank with debt, and bear in mind, you do realize bankruptcy completely fucks your credit score.
They're left without the debt. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but you no longer have the debt because you filed for bankruptcy. But being bankrupt it's shit.
Well, we've had multiple people on here that have been bankrupt, and they tell us that it's completely fine. It's just a way to not pay the medical bill.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not.
But it's not just. That's what I'm saying. But you don't know that.
But it's not just an opt-out to not pay the bill.
Oh my god, this is terrible. All they're doing is using a strategic mechanism to go, I'm going to take a temporary hit on my credit score and not pay £500,000. That's a win. They just got medical care in the best country to get medical care pretty much in the world for their condition, and then they didn't pay the bill, and you're like, that's.
But
bad.
you're looking at two separate things, right? You're saying it's a win because they don't have to pay the massive fee, right? That's your point. Yeah, but we're comparing this USA versus UK. What's better, having to file for bankruptcy because you can't pay the bill, or just not having a bill at all in the first place?
No, you do.
Which
have
one's
a
better?
bill. What's better, having to definitely pay the bill, or having the option to not pay the bill?
What you mean through a national insurance contribution?
What's better, having to definitely pay the bill before the money even comes to you, have to pay the bill, or having the option to not pay the bill?
Having to pay the bill beforehand if you're not filing for bankruptcy at the end.
So you're saying it's better to be in a system where the money is definitely going to get taken from you than to be 100%. In a system where you can participate in the system, get the healthcare,
give me 1
and then
minute?
not pay the bill.
Not even
How
a
is
minute
that
to
worse?
explain?
Sure.
Do you want me a minute to explain? You pay national insurance, right, for your whole life, and in our hypothetical, so the same accident happens, neither person can afford what it would cost in terms of a medical fee if it was both private healthcare, right?
Yeah.
Your national insurance deduction that's contributing to things like the NHS, allowing them to function, has almost no detriment to your actual financial health in comparison to what filing for bankruptcy would be.
Bro.
Do you know what national insurance contribution rate is for an employee? An employee's national insurance.
Are you honestly telling me that you think national insurance is the only tax that goes towards the NHS?
Well, in terms of what the average person pays, you have PAYE, you have the employer's national insurance contribution, and then you have your national insurance contribution. The national insurance contribution is the main thing that goes to public sectors like the NHS.
The main contributing tax to the NHS is income tax.
Do you know what national insurance is for?
Yeah, it's to pay for public services like the NHS.
What's the NHS?
The NHS. It goes towards.
What's the
social
NHS?
care.
A public service.
But income tax also goes towards the NHS. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that it's actually worse, because you just said, what's worse, going into bankruptcy, which affects 0.1% of people, or having to definitely pay the bill, which affects 100% of people. You're acting like, okay.
That's how functioning tax systems work, to allow for people to reap.
Wait, you're interrupting me now. If I
Okay.
gave you back all the money that you paid to the NHS, you would have over the course of your life, you would have about £500,000.
Yeah, but here's
You had to pay that. If you in the USA, there's ways for you to
I
get
don't
a
think
bill
also
and not pay it. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's
the
a
average
better
person
system.
is not paying $500,000 in tax across their lifetime.
Yes, they
not
are.
even
To
close.
the NHS, yes, they are.
If you've got a personal allowance of 12, if you're on a basic tax code of 1257L, if you have £12,507 of personal allowance, and you're on the average salary of 30k, your deduction at 20% over that 12,570 would not even equate close to what you're actually
Because you
$500K
don't realize
in your
that
lifetime.
all taxes go towards the NHS. The average contribution of
Yeah,
a citizen
PAYE and national insurance both go to it.
and income tax and VAT and
PAYE
corporation
is
tax.
how you pay income tax.
Yeah, but there's
Pay as you earn. That's an income tax.
corporation tax, VAT also all go towards the NHS. You don't know what you're talking about.
Employees aren't paying corporation tax. Employers are.
All taxes in the UK go towards the NHS. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. The average contribution of a UK citizen towards the NHS over their lifetime is about £350,000.
But you're simply acknowledging how a tax system works. Everyone contributes to it a lower amount so that everyone can reap the rewards of it.
Right, but then you have to definitely pay that 350k no matter what.
Yeah, and the USA is a less taxed country because the payment of all of that comes through other sources. You pay it directly. You don't pay.
But you also have mechanisms that allow you to not pay full bills, right?
What?
You have mechanisms in the US system that allow you to not pay medical bills. In the UK, you have no choice. You must pay the bill.
Yeah, that's how a functioning society works.
That's why I'm saying the US system is better, because it creates an economy, a health economy that's more robust. You get better care, you get better quality of care, and you have the option to negotiate and not pay bills or spread the bills out to an increment. Let me finish. Let me keep interrupting me. You keep interrupting me. And you have the option to spread out the bill. When you get the bill, it's not due immediately. You can spread it out. It's a more dynamic system. You don't seem to understand that you can't avoid paying the NHS. You can avoid paying healthcare bills in the United States.
No. But here's where you're. I don't know if you live in the US or in the UK. I'm assuming you lived in both. Is that the case? Have you lived in both? So. The point being that you're saying this proportion of like all this amount you're paying in tax, right, goes towards these systems in place, whereas in US you pay up front. Like
no, I'm saying in the UK you pay up front.
No, I'm meaning you're saying in the US, like when it occurs, you pay for it.
No, it's a deferred payment. You don't pay it immediately. You pay it immediately in the UK.
Yeah, but people pay like the detriment, the thing that's gonna cause, and you're also looking at this from a financial like point of strength, as in everyone would be able to be in a financial position where they can cover for it. Most people's contribution to national insurance and things like that, like the average salary and the average earner, is not contributing that much to like the actual tax.
It's £4,400 a year, and that's per citizen. So obviously that includes babies and old people.
4,400 a year
goes to the NHS per citizen, and that's an underestimate.
That's an underestimate.
Yeah.
Did you just decide that on the spot?
It's very easy to do the maths, mate. Go and look up the contribution towards healthcare in the UK.
I think I'll just trust the actual statistic rather than saying it's easy to do the maths.
Go and look up the statistics, bro. We can wait here for you. Go and look up the Department of Health and Social Care, or go and look up the government statistics. They publish the stats.
Yeah, what does it say?
It's like 276 billion goes towards healthcare in the UK. You can do that. Divide that by the population.
Proportionately, more of the US's GDP is spent on it, but sure. By almost 2 times.
You seem a bit dumbfounded by the fact that £4,400 per citizen is going towards NHS. Why is that so controversial to you?
That's not. That's a good thing.
Okay, so you're agreeing that the money is due immediately and you can't avoid it.
Oh yeah, I would rather pay 4,400 each year on average towards something than be left in a state of medical bankruptcy, or have someone else be left.
Why are you lying and pretending that everyone's getting left in a state of medical bankruptcy when you know that?
No,
that's not
the point
true?
is there are people that end up like that, and that doesn't represent a functioning society.
What percentage of people end up like that?
I don't know, probably a 0.01%, less than that. That's not the point, though.
So you agree that 99.9% of people don't end up with medical bankruptcy, and they just end up with a monthly bill to pay.
Yeah, of course.
Just like a tax. Okay.
Also, not everyone that we're talking about medical bankruptcy here. There's also people still take on the fee and don't.
They take on the fee and they can negotiate the fee down to whatever they need to.
Well, they can't negotiate it down, but they could defer it if they want to.
No, they can negotiate it down. You don't know what you're talking about. This is the problem. You don't know what you're talking about. You can negotiate. You can negotiate a medical bill down to like $10 a month. You can't do that in the UK. That's my point. That's why it's better, because you can get the
you're
bill.
Talking about
you get it. Okay, imagine if you let's say what the average US citizen pays towards healthcare in their lives. Probably like let's just say £500,000, right? Average UK citizen £350,000, something like that, right? With the UK citizen, that money that they're paying towards healthcare, it's going in their healthcare.
Sorry, you do realise when you're saying all this.
Jesus Christ, it's going to their healthcare premium, which they can choose to pay to be covered, or choose to not pay and not be covered. So they choose. This is when we want to be covered. If they don't want to be covered, they can cancel and not be covered, right? Then you've got or they don't have health insurance, and they get a bill. Let's say they get a bill for one surgery. They've got 4 surgeries in their life, and that constitutes a lot of their medical expenditure, and it's $100,000 surgery, right? They don't come to them, knock on the door and go, mate, you give us $100,000. You call them up and say, hi, I've got $100,000. I'd like to pay it over the next 7 years. Can I pay, let's say $200 a month, $300 a month? Then they say, yes, okay, that's fine. You set up the payment plan, and based on what you negotiate, that's what you pay. You can call them back up and renegotiate it. You can negotiate it lower from the start. You negotiate the bill that you want to pay. It's like you negotiate your tax contribution, right? But in the UK, whatever you earn, whatever you spend, whatever tax you pay, there's no negotiation. It's coming out, and it's coming out when the government says now. It's coming now. You have no ability to negotiate the bill at all. Do you understand?
Yeah, but you're looking at the 4,400 because you don't understand that number.
Yes,
you're
I do.
Saying 4,000.
I intimately understand it.
Okay, so why were you saying before then that 4,400 of it is what people pay towards health insurance in the UK?
I didn't. I said that's the average expenditure on health for a UK citizen, and it comes from tax.
No, you think all the tax? You're assuming from that all the tax goes to health insurance.
No, I'm saying no. 20% of the government
expenditure. Yes, that's what you just said.
No, 20%.
You said 4,400 is what they pay on average to health insurance.
All taxes go towards healthcare, but 20%.
A small proportion of it, yes.
The taxes all get pulled together, and then the government expenditure on healthcare is about 20% of the budget. So that means because we don't have the same level of expanded private healthcare system as they have in the USA, in order for us to know what the average citizen is paying towards healthcare, we have to use tax contribution.
So do the maths. If 4,400 is the average tax across PAYE and national insurance that people are paying each month, and 20% of the tax amount goes to health insurance,
I didn't say it's the average
that's
tax.
£880, not 4,400.
You're so fucking dumb, bro. That's not the average.
Why are you?
That's not the average tax that they
the
pay.
personal attacks
That's
just
the
represent a
average
loss of
tax
argument.
Contribution. I already explained to you multiple times. VAT and other taxes also go towards healthcare. You pull all the taxes. You don't just pay taxes on your income. You pay taxes when you buy things. You pay council tax. You pay sugar tax when you get fuel. You pay all kinds of different taxes. You pay taxes when the money comes in on your income and when the money comes out in VAT.
Yeah,
the average contribution in taxes to the government for the NHS per citizen is about £4,400 per year.
Yeah, but you keep on going on about me interrupting, but you're then completely overlooking and then interrupting the point I'm making.
You speak.
Let's take it back a step and actually listen, right? When you talk about a tax system versus an insurance system,
yeah,
it is more socially enabling and a better off situation if all people are contributing, and then when they need the healthcare, because it's not just a case of like severe freak accidents. It's people checking up in the GP. People like all of these other things. The 8% of people that don't have access to health insurance or don't have the ability to do without paying the fee themselves.
Yeah.
You are talking about people having the accessibility almost 100% of the time in the UK.
But that's a
whereas
lie.
you don't.
But that's a lie because they don't have the accessibility 100% of the time. There's a waiting list of 10% of the population.
But the waiting list is a completely separate issue, and you can
It's
still
not a
opt for
separate issue. That's accessibility. That's the parallel.
No.
The same way you're
You
saying
can-
8% of the people have a lack of accessibility, even though they can still go to the emergency room, they can still use the fire services.
Private healthcare does exist in the UK.
Bro.
You do realise that, right?
The same way that those 8% of people can still
If you don't
use
want
the
to wait in the
emer-
queue,
they
you can
still
get private
use-
healthcare.
They can still use the emergency room. They can still use the fire service. They can still get paramedic checkups. They can still use emergency Medicaid. They still have forms of healthcare.
And what
that
do
they
you
can
have to do at the
access.
end of it?
That's that. You're pretending that just because there's an 8% that they don't have an insurance plan, now they're just walking around on a walking stick going, help, I don't have healthcare. That's not how it works. The same way when you say, when we say 100% of people...
Yeah, you receive the treatment
when
and you face the fee
100%
later.
When you say 100% of the people have access to healthcare in the UK, that's not how it works. There's waiting lists. So you can't just keep pretending because we said on paper we have accessibility, that they actually have accessibility. They don't, because they also have to wait for healthcare. That affects accessibility. So 10% of the population are waiting for healthcare right now in the UK. The same way that 8% of Americans are uninsured, right? But that doesn't mean they have zero healthcare. The same way that people that are waiting for treatment, they don't have zero healthcare either. They got a form of healthcare, but it's not the full form that we ideally would want them to have, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So your reasoning as to why the UK system is better is generally centered around accessibility, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Well, it's the fact that everyone has the right to it.
Everyone has the right to healthcare in the USA as well.
Well, yeah, but 8% of people are left without it.
They still have a form of healthcare. They just don't have a private insurance premium.
No, they're not covered by government or private health insurance.
Yes, but there's still laws that mean that they get access to healthcare.
Well, no, because that's covered as part of the 92%.
The hospitals must treat them if they're in an emergency situation, and they can,
treat them, but then they're left,
and they can get checkups at the emergency room as well.
and then they're left with the expense at the end of it. That's the problem.
Yeah, and then they call up the company and say, "Can I pay $10 a month?"
$10 a month.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the best way to do it. The only problem is that a lot of places won't accept you if you don't have private insurance, but that's really the most cost-effective way to do it, is to just take the bill and then spread the bill out.
I think you just look at, I don't know if you frequently, if you live permanently out in the US now and you've had frequent interactions within the healthcare system, but it doesn't take long to look to actually acknowledge the fact that there are millions of people in the US that do not receive the healthcare.
Your perception of the USA is based on stereotypes and propaganda, bro. Everybody has healthcare.
No, I'm in here. I'm in here arguing for a neutral point. I don't.
Room. If you call up the emergency services and say you have a health issue,
One about who was interrupting before, by the way.
The fire engine will just come, bro. You guys, your perception of USA, it's like you think that it's just some people just with bones. I have no healthcare. They have a much more developed society. You think they haven't thought of any of this stuff?
If you let me speak, then you can, because you can keep saying you think, but then not actually letting me voice my opinion. That's
okay, you speak.
It's just straw manning. You basically all I'm saying. I'm not even in here arguing. I don't actually think the UK is better than. I think there are things that the UK is better at than the USA. I'm in here to argue those points specifically. There's a lot of things I would much rather live in the USA for. But you had the opportunity to make any points if you wanted to as well. The point being that the healthcare system is not one of those points I agree with. Because there are a lot more fundamental issues. Yes, the NHS is failing and has. I promise you, I acknowledge that. But a private healthcare system has a massive impact on a lot of people. It's just, it does.
Do you think
look at the
that?
statistics.
Do you think that you are in a state of deception? as the name of my channel is so aptly called. You just stated that the NHS is failing, and you're criticizing the US healthcare system as if it's not working and it's doing better than. This is what I don't understand. You're talking about, but we don't have to pay bill. It's a failing system. Doesn't that tell you something? Like, doesn't it something spring to mind when you think my healthcare system that I'm paying for is literally failing, and I'm talking about the US healthcare system as if it's bad when the healthcare system in the US is not failing.
Sorry, can you this guy's just put in the chat, right? So, like, would you acknowledge that millions don't have access to healthcare?
They don't have insurance premiums. Yeah, they don't have.
So you just don't think,
or they don't have Medicaid or a private.
So there are
plan.
Millions suffering that don't get access to it.
When you say suffering, you mean of that percentage, some of them will be suffering, or are you saying they're suffering because?
I'm saying, do you think that there are people that are suffering because they don't have access to healthcare in the US?
Of course.
Well, then that suggests a failing system as well.
Yeah, but to what extent?
Oh, there you go.
To what extent is it really failing? What percentage of
But you just admitted it's a failing system.
But what percentage of people? That's a failure of the system. But there's people that run the system in the UK are telling you it's failing. No. But do you know the thing the problem, right? And I'm not even just gonna blame it on you. It's because you've been propagandized. Your own government, the UK government, is telling you our system's failing. We don't know what to do. And you're here worried like, oh, the US system, because some people don't have healthcare. Bro, the government's telling you it's failing. It's not that I'm saying, oh, it's failing. They're telling you our system's failing. What next? And you're there going, well, the US system is worse. The US system has some people that don't have private insurance premiums, but the people that have it, it's not necessarily based on them not being able to afford it. Majority of people that can't afford it have Affordable Care Act plans. They have Medicaid. That's the majority of people. Now, you can say, yes, there are some people, there are some people that they struggle to pay their healthcare bills.
But why does it have to be necessary?
Because we live in reality, and in reality, some people are poor, some people manage money bad, some people manage money good. There's no such thing as the fantasy of being able to guarantee perfect healthcare to everybody. You understand? But the problem is, and I'm not against socialized healthcare, but it just doesn't work long term. The problem is with the UK is that our socialized healthcare system is failing. So what should we do about that? Like, are you saying we should just continue having the same system when it's clearly failing?
Well, that comes like, I could go into a very long thing of issues with the UK that are contributing to that, but it's not a debate about why is the UK bad. It's what's the USA better at than the UK.
But if the USA healthcare system is not failing, then...
But you just admitted there's a failure of the system.
The failure is a failure in the sense that a percentage of people will struggle to afford coverage, but that doesn't mean that the actual system is not working. It means that they don't have money.
I would just disagree, though. The fact that there are a percentage of people that don't receive healthcare does represent the fact that the system is failing in some degree.
If you assume that it's the system's job to ensure that everyone has healthcare, like a universal healthcare system.
Well, I'm not assuming. I would say it's the government's responsibility to ensure its people have access to healthcare.
They have access to healthcare, but they don't have the guaranteed ability to have
well, if you have a financial restraint that doesn't allow you to do it without putting yourself in a detrimental position, then that's not. You can't really just say, "Oh, that's access to."
For regular checkups, but if it's for emergency care, then you can get that for free.
Well, when you say for free, what do you mean?
As in, if you can't afford healthcare and you need emergency care, you will get that. You can get that for free.
Can you?
Yeah, under emergency Medicaid.
Oh, I don't know about that, so I won't. Fair enough, if that's the case.
So if let me ask you something. If the NHS was to come out and say, guys, it's a wrap.
Also, I'm going to go in a minute, so we'll
SL,
finish
yes,
just because it's quite late.
I don't know why SL you keep misrepresenting everything. Of course you can. Look it up right now, SL, and see what comes up. Paste what it says in the chat. So let me ask you something. If the NHS themselves came out and said, our system doesn't work anymore, it's over, would you still be criticizing the US system?
Yeah, well, the one failure doesn't... Sorry, no, but what you've just said doesn't make sense, because just because the NHS is failing doesn't mean the USA health system can't fail.
How is it failing?
Because there's a proportion of people that don't receive healthcare. that's a failure of the system. They can both fail in separate ways. A socialized healthcare system
Don't receive
allows
regular
for people.
checkups, you mean?
No. A socialized healthcare system allows for people to all have the ability to receive healthcare, but of
Right.
course it comes with the knock-on effects of the fact that you pay its additional pay through tax and the fact that there are waiting lists associated. Sure, there's issues with both.
They didn't actually guarantee that everyone received healthcare because there's people that have been waiting for years. So that's not a guarantee, is it?
Well, a wait list doesn't change the fact that you receive the healthcare, and if it's urgent,
Yes,
the
it
healthcare.
does.
Well, no, if you're in a wait list, you will receive the healthcare.
But if you didn't receive it and you die on the waiting list, then that wasn't guaranteed to you then, was
Well,
it?
then that's a separate singularity matter that people would
That affects
probably try and
hundreds of
press
thousands
for
of
because.
people.
Well, no, because if there's NHS failures that cause people deaths, they often end up in lawsuits because the point is that it should the queuing is set up in a the queuing is set up in a system of urgency. If someone's like bleeding out on the floor, they don't get put in, oh, here's a million person waiting list.
Yeah, but when there's 7.7 million people on the waiting list, that means that hundreds of thousands of people.
Yeah, for GP checkups that are
they're
probably
not
like, oh, why do I have a lump on my elbow?
They're not perfect, so it's very difficult to know. You can't predict definitely if someone's going to die. You can make an educated guess, but there are hundreds of thousands of people that die on the waiting list, the same way that there are people that die because they decided to not get a checkup because they didn't want to spend extra money in America. Neither system is perfect. One system is clearly experiencing far more issues than the other.
So yeah, but when you just laughed then and you said, would you still criticize the US if the NHS failed completely?
Which it is
when you
failing
laugh.
completely.
Well, it's not if it's functioning, but that's
It's not
not
functioning.
complete. Well, people are receiving healthcare, so it is functioning to some degree.
Well, 80% of the trusts are not meeting their targets and have been designated as failing by the government.
Yeah, but you said it's a complete failure, so just be like careful with wording if you're
80%?
going to say that's not complete. What's the 20% left over? Do you know what complete means? 100%.
So only 20% of trusts are even meeting their own targets.
What does complete mean?
Well, I would say
Complete failure would mean the whole NHS is shut down. It
Okay.
hasn't, so
Okay,
let's not say things that just don't apply.
okay.
So when you said, would I still criticize the US for having its healthcare system the way it does, even if the NHS failed? Yes, because they both have issues.
So what country?
The same
do you
way I'm
think has a
criticizing the
good
NHS for certain things now, I would criticize the US thing still.
What country do you think has good healthcare?
Places like Sweden, Denmark, which are also paid through tax and are socialist.
Okay, so only a socialist healthcare system can be good.
No. If there's implements in place that allow for people that can't afford for private health insurance, because that's the issue, is the government availability doesn't apply to all people. There are people left without health insurance. So things like Medicare and Medicaid and Medicare don't always apply. So there is an issue there.
So yeah, they can't get regular checkups. Their medication becomes expensive. But if they're actually experiencing,
Well, yeah, 23
serious
million
health-
people in 2023 remain uninsured. So
Yeah, so they
that's
can't
an
get
issue.
regular checkups. Their medication becomes more expensive. But if they need
And-
emergency medical care, then they can still get that, right?
I don't get what this whole like emergency medical.
Because they're still getting access.
you're still
to-
left with the bill at the end, are you not?
It depends. It depends on your financial status.
So, and then we get cases like medical bankruptcy, right? If someone was unable to pay that in that emergency accident.
Well, it's not that it's a medical bankruptcy. It's that overall you will declare bankruptcy and it will be associated.
I mean,
with
I think
as
the
well.
best place to leave it then is that we'll
So-
agree to disagree on the fact. I think the reason I'm saying the UK's healthcare system is better is because of the fact you aren't left in a position where you have either debt at the end of it, or in extreme cases have to file for medical bankruptcy, or the fact that you can be in a position where you're not eligible because of age or socio-demographics, where you're earning just over the threshold of Medicaid or Medicare. It's like, I don't think that should be the case. I think that a socialist one, at least in theory, is a lot better. It's just obviously it's harder to apply. Fair?
I think that the idealistic perception that people have of these systems is such that they find it difficult to concede when there's an inherent failure of the system that they want to exist, but that doesn't actually exist.
Well, I acknowledged a failure on both parts. The only person that didn't acknowledge a failure of the US's one was you.
How didn't I acknowledge it?
Because you literally laughed at me for saying, would I still criticise the US's healthcare if the NHS failed?
Yeah, because
So-
I find it strange that you look at a system that's functioning and criticize it, and then the system that you're advocating for is not working.
But the same way that there's places that the NHS isn't functioning, there are ways that the American healthcare system is not functioning as well. And I think that the position, even if it's a smaller proportion, because you're looking at things like wait lists and stuff like that, even if it's a smaller proportion of people that it affects, the way it affects them is far more detrimental because of the things like the debts and the amount that they owe at the end.
No, you
Now,
think it's
you
more
might
detrimental.
not have been in that position, and neither
You
have I, so I
think-
can't
you
speak
think
on it.
It's
But
more detrimental, but you don't. That's an assumption.
well, I would say filing for medical bankruptcy is a more detrimental state. But
So you, what about the 99.9% of people that don't? Have you thought about what do you think is going on with them? You think they
so
just
because
like, oh,
99.9% of people don't, there should still be. Bear in mind, we're talking about a 200 million population here. There should still be 100,000, if not more. And by the way, it is more that should be filing or should be left in a position where they are struggling because of
99.9% of people are not filing for bankruptcy because of medical bills, right? And you're like, the system's failing. And then 10% of the entire UK population has been waiting for like, what is it, like 18 weeks or something for healthcare. And you're like, yeah, this is how it's supposed to be working. This is great. It's just mind blowing to me. Like,
Sorry,
how you
just
guys
also FYI, because the 99.9% of the statistic, I just need to check it because I didn't know, is completely wrong.
No, it's not. You're gonna.
well,
cite-
500
You're about to cite the statistic wrong. Go on. I know exactly what you're gonna say. Go on.
No, which one is it then? Go on if you know.
No, tell me what you're gonna say.
No, you said you know the statistic. Go on.
It's 0.1% of people are affected or file for medical bankruptcy in the United States.
No.
Go on, tell me.
550,000 people file each year for medical bankruptcy.
In the US.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to try and do that over 350 million then?
Do you not think that 550,000 is a significant enough amount of people? Because it's a proportion, should it just be ignored?
You said the statistic was wrong, didn't you? So we've got it right here. It's
Well, I just said it's not zero because you said you know what it would be.
It's 0.157%.
So is 550k not significant?
Out of 350 million people. I'm not
Well,
saying it's not significant. Of those people, many of these people will be people that are among the highest medical bills of anyone. And that's why they use medical bankruptcy, because they go, I would rather take a hit to my credit than pay £500,000 or 350.
Well, yeah, but
the
that's my
vast majority of people, as you can clearly see, 99.843% of people are not filing for medical bankruptcy, which clearly is a success story when you look at your claim that, oh, they're all suffering and drowning in debt
also
when they're all rich.
you did that wrong, but yeah.
How did I do that wrong? That's clearly correct.
You said 0.157% and then you went 98. That's not good maths. That's
said
99 point.
Did I say not say 99
You
point?
No, you said 98 point.
99.84.
You said 98, but it doesn't matter.
98? Okay.
Yeah, it's
Tip
fine.
of the tongue. Right. So I think.
But
we
I mean,
have
that's
some
what I mean.
soul-searching
We'll
to
agree
do.
because I'm gonna go now.
Yeah,
but
yeah, sure,
We'll
sure.
agree to We'll agree to disagree on that because I agree with your point. I'm just saying that I think that you've got to acknowledge the fact that regardless of proportion-wise, my personal opinion is you should never be left in a position like that. Even if it was 10 people in the US, you should never be left in a position like that compared to something that's
You should never be
like
left
the
in a
NHS.
position where you don't pay your bill and take a hit to your credit and got the health.
You should never be left in a position where you have to file for medical bankruptcy because of a injury or
Because
whatever
you
if it
said
occurred
so?
to you. Well, no, because that's like you shouldn't be in
You're
that
just a
position.
socialist, and you're like, that shouldn't happen, but it's okay for 7.7 million people to be waiting for healthcare. That can happen because this is my ideology. But if somebody got the healthcare and had to pay bills towards it, or got the healthcare and then didn't have to pay bills towards it, that shouldn't happen because I said so. But it's okay
Well,
for
no.
7.7 million people to be on the healthcare waiting list.
Just calm down. Look at the NHS. You don't have that happening in the NHS.
That's better than having 7.7 million people waiting for treatment, bro. I don't know if
Well,
you
when you
haven't-
say waiting for... These waiting lists are GP waiting lists. They're not people waiting for, like, cancer treatment.
There's millions of people waiting for elective surgeries as well. Millions of people waiting for mental health. Millions of people waiting for all manner of conditions. It's the biggest crisis there's ever been in the NHS. The 80% of the trusts are failing. You've got the Darcy report. You've got the... I mean, this... we're like a slow boiling frog when it comes to the health service. It doesn't matter. This is why I proselytize about this so much, because we will never see... It doesn't matter how bad it gets. You guys will defend it until it's dying breath. Because it's just it's like the love child of...
Well, yeah, it's the country's pride.
What? Okay.
Well, it's the pride of the country, the fact that people are all entitled to healthcare. That's a good thing.
Except when they're not entitled because they're on a waiting list.
See, you can't just say stuff like that, because not entitled is not the same as having a waiting list. Like, that's not even... That's objectively wrong.
I think I can say stuff like that because, like, for example, we had a lady that came on the live yesterday.
I don't want to go down the route, but that's objectively wrong. Being entitled to healthcare is not the same as having to wait in a waiting list. You're still entitled to it.
You're entitled to healthcare in the USA as well, bro. You're entitled to healthcare in the USA as well.
Yeah, with the downside of the fact that you have to pay for it.
You have to pay in the UK. You pay before you get it. Like,
it's a contribution, not a 100k fee for having a child.
It's a more than 100k fee spread over a long time. Like, you're just getting confused by how it's getting spread and not realizing that US citizens have high salaries, so they pay a big amount, but it's in chunks, whereas we pay over the course of our whole life, spread out, and we pay roughly the same percentage of our salary that they pay. It's just spread out differently. And then we get shit system with millions of people on the waiting list.
Yeah, millions of people that are waiting for a GP checkup. It's not the same.
All right, bro.
That's a fact, please. But when I go off the live, please check the GP checklist, like the waiting list, what it consists of.
All right, bro. Well, I deal with the people that are on the list all the time, and I know what the reality is, and it's worse than the numbers show. Because every one of those cases is someone with an actual health condition that wants their health condition sorted out and is in pain and suffering, or is struggling, or is in a state of depression or whatever, and we're neglecting
Yeah, but you
them
anecdotally speaking to them,
we're sacrificing them on the altar of the socialist healthcare system because we don't want to admit that it doesn't work well.
you can't. I've admitted many times that there are flaws in it. So
Yeah. All right. That's
yeah.
fine.
Nice talking to you, mate.
All right. Take care.
You too. I don't know how to leave.
I'll drop you down. Don't worry. I like talking to that guy a lot actually because I think I'm the kind of guy that I like people that I disagree with because I respect it when people have their own view on stuff. But with this topic, I just can't see how. Because I don't think he's an unintelligent guy because he actually got me to concede on a few points. So he's not, it's like he's unintelligent, but it's just, I can't see how, maybe I'm just, what's the word? I'm just fixated on my view of it. But it's just strange to me that we just look at the number of people suffering as a result of how our healthcare system is. And we just think, well, at least we got the healthcare. And it's like, but we're not getting it. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it would really bother me if I had a condition and I was being gaslit and being told you're getting healthcare, and I'm like, I mean, we had a woman on here yesterday saying she was waiting for 7 years. She's waiting for 7 years. We had the other lady that she said she slipped at work, cracked her head open, she's saying she cracked her head open. And then, and then the NHS didn't want to take accountability because she worked for the NHS. So they didn't want to diagnose her because she got epilepsy after she cracked her head open. And then she was saying she's on a waiting list and she can't get the treatment she needs. And I'm just like, I worry about the future, the mental health future of the UK too, because we know we're having a mental health crisis. Well, I'm part of the mental health crisis, dealing with the people, but like, it is scary to think how many people, because I know I'm suffering in silence. You know what I mean? And it's scary to think how many of us are suffering. How much are they covering up as well? It's so taboo to speak about too. Poppy Biscuit says US has had so many deaths related directly to medical debt that it's actually covered up. Deaths related to medical debt. You mean like people ending it all because they can't pay the bill or something? Lorna said couldn't afford my meds in USA. Okay. Yeah, I don't doubt it. There are definitely going to be people that find healthcare difficult to afford. But I suppose we take for granted. I think Americans definitely as well take for granted healthcare in general, because they don't realize that yes, you're paying for it, but you're theoretically paying for your life. Like, if someone, I've lost my child in it, and like, if I could pay all of the money I have and my child still be here, do you think I would be thinking about the cost of a bill? But if I had no choice, imagine there's no choice, there's no option. You need a certain, or because remember, the doctors, they lie and they gaslight as well. So you could be telling them, I need this, I need that, and they could say no, or they're so overloaded that they put you on the list and you want to get more prioritized. You understand? So I can only imagine like needing a treatment desperately, or thinking I need a treatment desperately, and I'm being told you have to wait. In fact, I don't even have to imagine it. I'm in this position now. I've got severe PTSD. Severe PTSD. I'm talking about, I'm at the point where like this could go bad, guys. And I only say this stuff on live because I just want it all documented. So someone heard me saying this, so that if anything bad happens, everyone's like, to be fair, he did say that he has severe PTSD and we didn't listen, right? So I'm just letting you know the reality of my situation, right? I have severe PTSD, right? And I'm on a waiting list, bro, for mental health treatment. And I'm telling them like, guys, I don't think you understand. Like, this is bad, bro. This is very bad. And they're like, yeah, like, we've referred you. We don't know how long it's going to be. This is healthcare? I would pay. I went private. So I actually am private now. And I need to arrange my private thing. But, like, I'm basically in the position I'm talking about. I've had to go private, basically, to try to get access to the healthcare that we're still paying for. And then people are telling me, well, at least it's accessible. And I'm like, where's the fucking access? Like, where is this phantom access that everyone's talking about? Because you fucking go there, you wait for like 8 hours when you get there, or they reschedule you last minute, and then you get seen by some dude from India for like 10 minutes, who, I love Indians, I love all people, but I'm just saying, like, it's not like you're seeing the same dude every time you're there. They're people from there, they're always like so uninvested in the care because it's such a fractionalized system with poor continuity of care. So it's just so like impersonal. And then it's like, we're paying for this shit, bro. And people are like, well, at least we got the NHS. Like, bro, no, we want better. Sorry, let's let someone else on, because I'm sure you guys are sick of hearing me sometimes. Elias? Elias? What's up?
Oh, hello.
How you doing?
Sorry.
I said, how are you doing?
I'm alright. I have a couple of... I'm okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, grand. Yes, I can hear you as well. So I would say I have quite a few differing opinions on what the US and the UK are better at. And if you want to talk about the healthcare system, I think we've beat
it to death now.
I've listened to the last couple of... Yeah. I'd be like, well, mate, we could go around that rodeo again, but probably wouldn't.
You give me an aneurysm, won't you?
End up much better. What I can say is both systems... Yeah. What I can say is both systems are flawed in their own ways. Certain people are born with certain disadvantages, which they can't really control. So my girlfriend was born in California. She went to New York, then she went to London in Ontario, and then she went to Arkansas, and now she's in Dallas, Texas. Uh, she, because of that condition, has to pay a significant degree of money towards medication, such as birth control, or had to, rather.
Okay.
Now, I don't want to harp on it, but there's definitely scenarios where people are less advantaged, or just by fact of birth, where they need something. For example, insulin shots. And I agree with you. I know my experience with the US medical system, not that I have too much, but from hearing, is you will get this massive bill, but you'll be able to pay it off $20, $30 a month or something like that. But in the end, you're still getting debt. You could get the bankruptcy thing, I guess, but it's kind of like student loans in the UK. So what is it? It's 12 grand a year, basically. After 30 years, it just disappears, but it's not really an ideal solution. So I'll say both are flawed, like the last guy said. But yeah.
So you say it's not an ideal solution, but I would love to see the healthcare prices go down in the USA. That would be glorious, and I think they will at some point,
Absolutely.
because of some like legislation being passed.
I hope so.
But is the only other option, like when you say a system to help people not have to pay a massive bill is bad, is the only other potential option a socialized healthcare system? Because realistically speaking, and this is my little hot take for the hour, the only socialized healthcare systems that work are the ones that either haven't been around for very long, or they have like other unique things about the country where there's not like super loads of people dependent on it, or like in Norway they got geothermal where that just powers everything for them, so they just got like free power basically, so they're just like, oh yeah, let's just spend
They also
and then
have
their military gets subsidized by like the US. They're just in a good position, you get what I'm saying?
I mean, have you seen a Norwegian prison?
Exactly.
Looks better than my room right now. But yeah. No, I agree with you. I think there's some sort of middle line where you can go. So I lived in Germany for quite a while.
Yeah.
Around Munich and Düsseldorf, the city called Bochum. So what you have is you have a national insurance card, essentially, and what you do is you pay essentially. It's not that much. You pay. I'm not sure what it is privately. I assume it would be more, but you pay publicly about £200 or so a month. I'm saying pounds instead of euros, but you know.
So you're saying they have a mixed healthcare system in Germany as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
So why do you think if I say we should have a mixed healthcare system like Germany, people will go, yeah, klar, that's where the good sign, right? But if I say we should have a mixed healthcare system like America, no.
No, I would agree with that. You have my agreement with that. I think healthcare should be both. In fact, healthcare in the UK has gotten so into it, as it were, with regards to how bad it is. Now a lot of NHS practices are actually hiring private firms, and I can attest to that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't
But I think it's
necessarily
sorry. There's a
disagree.
delay between us. I've been trying to like manage it, but I was gonna just say, I think that that's a bit of you know, the fact that the NHS is now relying on private care. Isn't that kind of a admission that really the private sector offsetting to the private sector would probably help a lot?
Well, I wouldn't say. Well, it depends on what you're referring to as the private sector. Like, I don't know where you're. I assume you're from Britain, probably London, as
Yeah.
am I. But it's like, how do I put this without sounding like an idiot? It depends on who you outsource it to, because obviously we have the OSA and the digital ID coming in and all of that stuff, and basically all of that stuff is being outsourced to Kolkata, India, or some
Oh, how
other
spiffing!
organizations, and it's probably not there. Huh?
I said how spiffing.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
Sorry, mate. I'm gonna have to drop you down because there's a significant delay, and I don't know if it's just a delay from my end or your end, but sometimes it's just not a compatible live discussion. Also, I'm gonna wrap up the live now. Let's just see. I don't know if anyone's still watching on YouTube live stream, but on YouTube we're gonna be reacting to dark side of privatization. Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
Welcome
100%.
to the dark side. Why am I hearing?
My granddad
What am I hearing back? One sec. Oh, that's my YouTube. Okay. Yeah. So we're going to be reacting to this video just to close out the live. It's called Why America's Poorest State is Richer Than Britain. So guys, head over to State of Deception on YouTube if you want to continue watching. These videos are going to be posted up anyway. The State of Deception videos and the reaction videos. So you don't have to watch it now, but if you want to continue watching the live, I'm going to wrap up the live. Thanks, Elias, by the way. I'm going to just drop you down, mate. Appreciate you, though. And your comment contributions, I appreciate those two.
Still like
Oh, see, the delay. I didn't know he was going to say something. Sorry, buddy. But yeah, so everyone follow me over to State... Well, I'm already streaming live on State of Deception. Let's just see what the viewership's like. So, yeah... Who's watching? We got one person watching. So, whether you guys come over or not, no big deal. We're streaming on State of Deception live. I'm going to, excuse me. I'm going to react to a video that I've got scheduled, and I don't know what that is. Scratch your throat. And wrap up the live for the day. Cheers, ranked. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, you can check us on YouTube, and we'll just be reacting to a video. Looks like the NHS is helping with that cough. Wouldn't catch me dead in an NHS hospital. Right, peace, take care. We're live on YouTube, guys, so just follow us at State of Deception. Okay, so YouTube, it's just me and you and Facebook and whatnot. So they are the sacrificial lambs that the destruction of NHS will result in, or whatever, right? So it's where are we at? That's live debates. Oh yeah, here we are. Reaction videos. So what is this chat? Is this the YouTube chat? Why is the YouTube chat not showing up here? Should we just check that quickly? Chat box. Streamlabs. Oh, I need to... Do you know what? I'm just going to leave it like this because I can't bother to start tweaking around with things. So, sorry guys. This is going to be here for now. And then I'm just going to watch this video and wrap it up for the night in terms of streaming.
The American dream was a
we
British
go.
seed planted in American soil. Mississippi, now wealthier, the poorest state in America, is now wealthier than the UK, which is completely insane. Since 2008, the EU and the GDP of the EU versus the GDP of America were about the same in 2008. And since then, the EU is still pretty much where it was, and America has skyrocketed ahead. You can't sit around the cabinet table and plan growth.
This is what I talk about literally every day of my TikTok live. I come up against all manner of criticism and disagreement because I basically say that the USA is doing way better than the UK, and everything people think about why it's bad and it sucks, it's just mainly, I mean, there's issues, but a lot of it is propaganda, and people need to really get their head out in the UK and start thinking, what is the UK doing right, USA doing right, because USA economy is booming, it's a more functional society, and the UK is seriously in decline.
Hello and welcome to the Institute of Economic Affairs podcast. I'm Colin Price, Director of Communications here at the IEA, and today I am joined by Andrew Barclay, who is an entrepreneur, a business founder, and also founder of Land of Opportunity, a campaign group set up here in the UK. Andrew, welcome.
Thank you, John.
Now, before I get into it, this is the sort of introductory video and interview before a bit of a series that we're going to be collaborating on together. Basically, you and your team have gone to America to work out what are they getting right economically, what is going right in that country culturally, policy wise, and what can we learn from that country. And
I feel like this guy is going to just say so many of my points because anyway.
Those videos will be coming out on the IEA YouTube channel over the coming weeks. But could you give us, first and foremost, just an introduction to what Land of Opportunity is and why you set it up?
Yeah, so exactly that. We wanted to explore a vision based on a stat that we saw, which was since 2008, the EU and the GDP of the EU versus the GDP of America were about the same in 2008. And since then, the EU is still pretty much where it was, and America has skyrocketed ahead. So in the environment we're in now, post-Brexit, what we wanted to really explore and set Land of Opportunity up to do was get out to America and really examine why that is the case. Now, if you assume that culture has a lot to do with politics, that's what we've really wanted to get over there, speak to some people in and around the Washington ecosystem to understand how they view tax, regulation, economy, success, all these type of things that do influence policy, examine it, speak to them, record it with you guys, and then hopefully bring that back here and have some kind of influence.
Excellent. So what were the sort of top level things you learned? And actually, I want to talk about the culture bit first before we maybe look at some of the policy specifics. How much of the difference between the UK and the US on the matters of the economy is down to a cultural difference?
Yeah, I think it definitely is. And what's quite clear is that so much of the sort of culture of enterprise and success and aspiration that they reward over there in America is bipartisan. So, whether it's Democrats or Republicans in charge, it's almost like completely off the table to be anti the American dream.
It's so true. Like, I think there's this really popular misconception among people in the UK that the Democrats, like in America, are like kind of like on their side. They're like, oh yeah, that even the people in the USA don't want guns. It's like, oh no. The Democrats want to have the Second Amendment. Like, the Democrats believe in the American dream. The Democrats don't want to leave the USA. Like, they argue on a lot of stuff, but they're not as bad in terms of left-wing ideology as UK citizens are. Like, UK citizens, it's not even really left-wing. It's like, they just believe crazy stuff. Like sometimes I say, like, I believe people should be able to carry a knife to defend themselves. And people look at me like, oh, like they just give me this. And I'm just like, this is weird. Because I've spoken to like 5 girls in America that are like, I carry a knife and this is normal to me. And it's like, there's something that's happened in the UK where it's just gone too far. Whatever that direction is, left, it's just gone too far. Like, it needs to just now just decide, like, whatever this is, this is antithetical to what it means to be British, and just stamp it out with iron cleats on, because it sucks. And yeah, the Democrats try and emulate like Western Europe, but I don't think they really want to be like Western Europeans. They just pretend that they want to.
Really, it's just the American dream is like really clear to each person, each citizen, what that means, and it's celebrated across the aisle. So there's no real sort of political differences. Obviously, there are on the extremes, but by and large, there are no real political differences between those who celebrate it and don't. And then that also filters through into actual policy as a result. So if you look at their tax system in America, like it's completely tilted in favor of long-term creation of wealth. It's rigged in favor of the private sector, recognizing the private sector can deliver things more efficiently than the state. So, for example, take one example of like the regeneration of, let's say, high street buildings in an area that's declined. If you are a house builder or a developer out there, you do a project, you turn a profit, you can then defer that profit gain on, so long as you do it in a short space of time, into another project and defer your tax. And what that is basically saying is the state is saying to the private sector, to the individual, we know that you can deliver this better than us. Therefore, we are going to tax you on it, but keep going. Like, keep going, keep doing it because you're doing a good job. That's not just on regeneration of high street properties, but that's also seen in their investment schemes and
Yes, and it's interesting how in the UK there's this fundamental perception among many people, and if this is generally a socialist belief, that profit is somehow not deserved. Like, they view profit as your reward, like he stated, and socialists view profit as somehow the undeserved aspect that you have extracted from someone else that didn't belong to you, even though there was an agreement between you and the other party on the terms of this deal, right? But they view you as somehow not worthy of the profit, and they also never consider that you will take the profit and then do other things with it that could be beneficial, or at the very least you are entitled to do by virtue of it being yours.
pensions. It's like it's all, and capital gains tax. It's all incentivizing the individual investing, creating wealth for the long-term benefit of all of the citizens.
So it's recognizing the benefit of what these people are creating as in terms of the actual output that they're providing, as well as the tax revenue that they are. To.
Well, it's not that there's tax breaks. It's just a deferral. So and there's the fact that it's a deferral. It's like it's that recognition, but saying you are better than us at delivering it. And the really interesting thing is, I think it was with Alex or Grover in one of our conversations. It's like if you poll the American public, which they've done, and they say, well, we're going to increase taxes just a little bit more, but we're going to fix public finances, right? Or we're going to increase taxes, but we're going to fix public services. They don't believe it at all, because they're like, yeah, you will increase taxes, but actually what you're going to do is you're just going to spend it pretty quick, right? And so the sort of American public, and it seems to be quite bipartisan, actually are quite skeptical of government raising taxes. Doesn't matter what the excuse is, that they're just this one, and we know all about this here, right? We're going to raise taxes to fix our public finances and fix the foundations and whatever it is. In America, they just don't believe it, and quite rightly so. And that then filters into the great benefit of the federal system is they've got all these states now competing against each other to lower taxes. I think they've got 8 states now. I think it's 8 states with no income tax. And so they've got this competition between models of who can actually lower taxes, who can deregulate, who could be more pro-enterprise. And where they end up is with their poorest state being Mississippi, now wealthier. The poorest state in America is now wealthier than the UK.
That is an absolutely damning indictment of the UK. And like, you would think that such a decisive defeat in terms of productivity would make UK citizens do what this gentleman is doing. And I really admire this gentleman, because you can tell that he's had the humility. It's very rare to meet UK citizens that would say, oh, the USA is better, openly. But you can see that he's not even doing that necessarily. He's just got the humility to try and learn about where it's going better over there, and perhaps try and apply some of his learnings. So, but yeah, you would think that there'd be more guys like this based on such an obvious display of prowess in terms of economic policy by the UK in comparison to by the USA compared to the UK,
which is completely insane. And that's all because of embracing pro-enterprise, embracing business, embracing the American dream, lowering taxes and deregulating.
What do you think the source of those differences are, though? Is it a sort of 1776 historical thing? Is it because they've done it at a different, they sort of moved to this model at a different time and have had more success with it? Is it because of the federal system where they can have competing regimes internally and therefore work out what works? Where do you think it's rooted in?
I think there's no like sort of absolutely clear answer, but I heard a great quote when I was out there, which is like the American dream was a British seed planted in American soil. And that's like the thing we mustn't forget is like we inherently, like Britain is like a very enterprising nation, the nation of shopkeepers, like very innovative, like industrious. Like we have a lot of the same attributes. I believe we lost our way over the last couple of decades with a politics of all stripes and colours, a politics that has somewhat demonised or penalised all of that, right? And it's been very pro-regulation, very pro the expansion of the state. If you contrast that with America, like one of the things that you'll see in the interviews is that they instinctively understand regulation through the lens of increasing costs on business.
And they also inherently view the state as bad. Like they will accept the state and they accept state intervention, some more than others, but they inherently view the state as a conniving wolf in sheep's clothing. Whereas people in the UK are naive enough to actually believe that the state just wants to help them. I often describe the difference between the UK and the USA in terms of that seed analogy when I'm talking about the legal system, because I say that the common law was essentially implemented in the USA, and then it's been implemented in a superior manner in the USA. In my opinion, it's more adherent to the actual principles that it was designed to uphold, whereas here it's kind of lost its way through semantics and interpretation, as pleonasmic as semantic interpretation of the law may be. But it's like we lost our way with the common law system, and the society that they've managed to create over there is, I think it is the birth child of the British, but I don't even think it's fair for us to claim it anymore, because what we've morphed into is so deviant compared to what the common law was had intended for us, or the informal constitution of the UK has had intended for us, that I think we should be ashamed of ourselves unless we are going to take sufficient action as is necessary to fix it.
Right. And the other thing is they instinctively view more regulation as pro-corporate rather than pro-entrepreneur and small business, which is exactly what it is. That's why when you go around Britain now and see so many high streets that are just declining and don't have vibrancy, but there's a couple of the same supermarkets or businesses on every single one, and the reason is because they're the only ones who can actually afford to make the model work anymore. They're the only ones who can afford all the compliance and the HR, right? And it's no longer a system that incentivizes the individual and the individual entrepreneur. In America, it's completely the opposite to that.
That's really interesting, and it's being borne out as we speak. You know, the employment rights bill going through Parliament at the moment there's very little acknowledgement, I think, of the general costs, other than people like us who are talking about it constantly, but of the costs that these things create. You know, everybody agrees on paper, without looking into the detail, that workers should have stronger, more robust rights. Great, but actually, what's the other side of that deal? Now you're an entrepreneur.
Exactly. Sorry, just interrupt on that. That's it. Mississippi. If you look at why Mississippi, I mean, I keep saying it in a certain way because when you're out there, people can't believe that Mississippi is wealthier than Britain. But if you understand what Mississippi is to the Americans, it's a pretty remarkable stat. But Mississippi has become wealthier than Britain per capita because one of the reasons is their approach to employment regulations. So it's like we can preach that this employment rights bill is going to make everything better for everyone and it's going to improve rights, but the reality is it's going to result in a lot less job creation.
Exactly. People always say this on my lives. They're like, We have better worker rights protections. Workers' right protection is protection of the worker against their employer, which makes the employer want to hedge against the potential losses that employee can bring them, because if they have to now subsume the risk of that employee's behavior because their job is more protected, then they're going to be less likely to hire the employee or less willing to part with funds for the employee. So it depresses wages and increases unemployment when you do this. And the same thing happens in the renters market. When you protect renters, you necessarily make landlords more wary, less wanting to rent out, put more barriers to entry to rent out property. It's just, why don't people in the UK understand these concepts? I don't understand.
A lot less wage.
Well, not people in the UK, but like, why doesn't the mainstream narrative account for these concepts?
Growth, right, and a lot less economic opportunity is completely the opposite of the direction that we want to be going in if we want to be creating wealth.
Exactly. So you're an entrepreneur.
Devon Franklin said this guy has never been to Mississippi to say it's more wealthy than anywhere. We got a YouTube commenter. Devon, I think you need to look up what GDP per capita is, my friend.
You set up your own business. What is your view as an entrepreneur as to how the UK culturally and politically and policy-wise approaches entrepreneurs? Because what you pointed out there, that the Americans notice a difference between the burden on entrepreneurs versus sort of big established corporates, is something that I think gets lost on this side of the pond, but you'll know much better than I do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, the American dream, when you go out there, it's just very alive and kicking. It's not political. It's completely apolitical. It's embraced by absolutely everyone. Doesn't matter what your role is in society, whether you're an entrepreneur yourself or whether you work for a business. Everyone has the mentality that they are an entrepreneur. They treat themselves like a business. They have their own business plan of where they want to go in life, and it's so clear. Whereas I think if you come over here and you go around Westminster or Whitehall, it's like, who's talking about the British dream? Like, is there even a British dream? I don't know what the British dream is anymore. That hasn't always been the case. And again, we've had political parties of all stripes and colours, some more pro-business than others, but it doesn't feel like the British dream is a priority for the government. It's certainly not a priority for this government. In the same way, it's an absolute priority for every single American government, governor, mayor, maybe not the new mayor of New York, but any other governing entity at the moment. It's an absolute priority for them, to the point where it's completely off the cards to even touch it. In the same way, it is the NHS in the UK, right? It's their equivalent of the NHS, it's the American dream. But culture...
That is sickening to think about. They view that we view the NHS a big burgeoning behemoth of bureaucratic bullshit ran by bonny bitches, right? We view that as our this is our, our coup de grace. This is our no, not coup de grace, our magnum opus, right? And they view the precepts from the foundation of the greatest nation in history as their magnum opus. Great. Devon Franklin says you can't look at statistics alone. Get on the ground, visit ground Mississippi, a place I've been, and see the absolute poverty. Then form your opinion. So yeah, you're suggesting that we go to a really poor place, and then talking about poverty. But the UK, you have to understand, is a place that is descending into further and further poverty. And just because you see shiny buildings around has no bearing on whether the people actually have wealth or disposable income in the cities, or even in the rural areas as well. So you have to understand that we broke, even though it looks nice because rich people have stuff, we are broke. And Americans, you could say the same applies, but more of them are rich people.
Truly speaking, I don't know what the British dream is here anymore. However, that's not to say there still aren't hundreds and hundreds of young people who have aspirations to set up their own business, who have all the talents and the gifts and the drive to, pursue aspirations and be economically independent.
What's banging off as well in the UK is the film industry. That is definitely when I meet people who are in like film and TV in the UK, those are the people that seem to have the energy of like an American. Like they're like ready to go, like love what they're doing, like they got the infrastructure around them that they need it, they got the people around they need it, they got the, do you know what I'm saying? They got that energy with them, like they got that dog in them. So like definitely film and TV in the UK is popping off, and I've heard that that's because industry is actually moving over to the UK. Oh, we've got 4 people watching. That's decent. Okay. Thanks for the support, guys, that are watching. I appreciate you guys. Remember to share my live with your friends and family. Even post it on Facebook, because I think this is some good content. We're watching Why America's Poorest State is Richer Than Britain live on State of Deception, baby.
But we just need a system that incentivizes it and rewards it. And I think at the moment we've got to a place where you really can't see the wood from the trees. There's so many marginal tax rates that confuse the hell out of everyone, disincentives to grow. The VAT threshold is a prime example of that, right? Where as part of this research, I spoke to so many people here, small businesses, spoke to a florist who was excited to refund a customer so that he could get back underneath the VAT threshold, right? So it's what we've got now after decades of centralized European style politics is we've got all sorts of disincentives for the individual and the small business to grow. And that's essentially as a function of the culture.
That's a really interesting point. It's something that we spoke about here at the IA a lot, especially within the personal tax system as well. If there's a sort of famous graph that looks at the marginal tax rates as you go up in income, and it's not the sort of smooth, direct line that you think it will be, and you get to the £100,000 a year cliff edge and all those sorts of things, which bake in those disincentives, and they happen in the welfare system as well. And there's this big conversation going on in the UK at the moment about what to do about the welfare problem. It's extremely expensive, and it doesn't really seem to serve even the people that use it very well because it traps them in welfare, which makes me think about something that you discuss in these interviews that you did. You had a lovely line that you said everybody is an entrepreneur of their own life.
Yeah,
but that's not something that we necessarily feel in the UK.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think so much of what that quote stuck with me. The American dream is the British seed planted on American soil. It's like it's our values and principles, and one of the things that we've had for a long period of time is being a really enterprising, innovative, get up and go nation.
But how long can we just claim something as our values? Like, those are American values now, bro.
It's in recent times, right, in the last 20 or so years, that we've adopted a different type of politics which has changed our culture. It's sapped the spirits. It doesn't look to reward or celebrate entrepreneurs. At the moment, the only thing that everyone seems to be talking about is either entrepreneurs fleeing, but not only existing entrepreneurs who have done well or people who have made money who are fleeing. But the thing that's not being spoken about is the entrepreneurs of tomorrow fleeing. And that's the bit that Labour and the left and so many political parties get absolutely wrong, is assuming that talent and capital are two different things. And the reality is, in the vast majority of cases, talent wants capital and capital wants talent. They are on the same side of the flipping table, and they actually move in tandem in a global fluid world, especially for Britain and Europe, right, where we are competing with each other. America's a whole other example, because very few people who want to aspire, who are born in America, actually decide to leave America. Very few people do that. But in Britain, we are competing with all sorts of European countries, Middle Eastern countries, whatever it is. And the reality is, at the moment, yes, we know it's well covered that lots of millionaires and investors are fleeing the UK or have fled the UK. But the bigger story is how many young people with aspirations who want to progress in life, want to start a business, or even want to get a career promotion. People in hospitality, people in all sorts of industries are actually also leaving with that capital. And that can't really be measured yet. But I think it's, you're seeing it before your eyes at the moment.
What then, let's turn this on its head slightly and get you to be, I think you...
Also, like, the idea of, like, raising children in the UK, like, that shit is so depressing to me, like, to think about. Oh, we can try something new with the little mic. Yeah, that is mad depressing to think about, because it's the morale for me, like, it's the how people actually, like, think about what the problems are. It would be great if everybody, like, acknowledged the problems and we were working to fix them, but we can't even get people to, like I talk about, like, oh, what the real problems are, and I talk about the USA and stuff, and it's like, I feel like I'm saying really, really taboo stuff sometimes, and a lot of the stuff is obvious and self-evident, and that worries me. Let me put the mic back down here. that worries me. That such obvious stuff seems to be so taboo, and it makes me feel that there just will be a complete unwillingness forever for these issues to be properly addressed, and for the real culprit, socialism, to actually be addressed. The elephant in the room to be addressed. Okay. Continue.
Well, I'm an optimist about it. You think it can, that you sort of can get back to that point. So what would your message be to those young people about why they should stick around in the UK?
But I think we're still by far and away the best place in the world to set up a business. I think
I agree. If you're a UK citizen, set it up in the UK, make it UK based.
we're getting to a point at the moment where I think it's so abundantly clear that growth and the creation of wealth cannot happen through top-down instruction in Whitehall or Westminster. You can't sit around the cabinet table and plan growth. And I think it's becoming clear to everyone in Westminster that actually we do, like you said, need to reduce the size of spending, reduce the size of government, reduce the size of the welfare state, and give some of that money back to people who are actually creating the growth as an individual. I think if we can do that, of course, we can get back to a place where Britain is once again the home of enterprise. It's a land of opportunity, right, which we need to be. And I think if we did that, we have so much more going for us than, with no disrespect, Italy or Middle Eastern countries or wherever it is. Most people want to be here. They want reasons to not leave, right? Which is a really luxurious place to be in, right? Everyone else has got to compete to try and get people. We do need to compete, but also we have a lot going for us. But it's just a slight different change in culture, and I think that should start in Westminster, and it should start from all the political parties saying, we're prioritising a British dream. The American dream works. And the reality is,
I like this guy. I'm gonna definitely check his content out. He's got a very calm way of speaking too. What do you guys think? If you're in the comments, and let us know.
you know, if we look when our national infrastructure assets go up for sale, or when different things go up for sale, or when government's looking for money, who do they go to? They go to American private equity funds, American businesses. And the reality is because they're the ones who are creating wealth, and we shouldn't be ashamed to say that as well. So we should embrace that, create our own British dream. And we've got a lot of opportunities now, with the way the world's evolving, new technologies, to actually have a completely new vision revolving around a British dream and the UK being a land of opportunity.
So what do you, to look at the tangibles then, the sort of policy changes, and I'm not expecting you to drop a whole manifesto on us right now.
Yeah.
But you said that we are one of the best places, if not the best place in the world, to start a business.
When you want the manifesto, just ask. I will make the video, baby.
Therefore suggest that we're not the best place in the world to grow a business. So how do we fix that? And what other changes? You mentioned the VAT threshold one, but what other changes would you prioritise to fix this problem?
Well, I think you've got to start from a place of, as you said, government deciding that the private sector is far better off allocating capital, and that's something that if you go to America and speak to people, they instinctively understand. Like, they are inherently skeptical of the state. What was Reagan's famous, what was the most dangerous 4 words is, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. Everyone sort of gets that.
Yeah, I know that all too well. That's fucking how the social workers come along and then they try and kidnap your children.
So reducing the size of our state, reducing the size of the welfare state, and giving that back in incentives, essentially in tax, to people who do want to grow, who do want to start a business, who do want to earn more money. We've got little pockets that are actually working really well, like the EIS or the SEIS scheme. And we need to do far more like that. Now, if you look, I think again, Grover mentioned that North Carolina, so the amazing thing about America, not to go off on a tangent, is because they've got all these different models, you can see one state doing things right, one state doing things wrong, and then they all adapt quite quickly, right? So, there are a few states that went down the sort of more slash and burn route that didn't really work well, but North Carolina did it in a really specific way that worked quite well, where every time revenue increased above the spending, they'd throw that back into tax cuts, right? So they did it in a very measured way. And I think that I could give lots of different examples as to where we could, cut taxes, or not only cut tax, reform tax to eliminate the disincentives, right? Like the VAT threshold being one, even if you didn't just move that to 250k, which would obviously be great, but you're still moving the cliff edge. What we actually need to do is reform it so that there isn't a cliff edge, and that exists all over. Business taxes, but also income taxes, marginal taxes. The idea, I mean, the ultimate dream is the British dream is, every man, every man's home is his castle, right? And the American dream is also rooted in home ownership. Does the tax structure at the moment incentivize the, does it reward and incentivize two parents in work, having children? Does it reward aspiration for people who are in that Henry category, right? The high earners, not rich yet. I think the answer is no. And I think if you go over to America, you'll see that all over their tax system, the answer is yes. So, I mean,
because it's not again, like he says, politics is downstream from the society. It's not part of the social ethos anymore to prioritize family. In order to prioritize family, you have to prioritize men, because the family is structured around the father, the headship of the father, the traditional family anyway. And I'm not a traditionalist, but I'm saying, like, if you want structured families, that is about prioritizing male leadership. That is so far away from what they want to do in the UK right now that it's laughable. So you're not going to get structured families unless they start thinking about men. Then you've got, we're still grasping with all of the fallout of the new SED revolution, right? I suppose you guys know what I'm on about, and which again, nobody's against it. No one's about it. It's just none of this is conducive to forming stable, strong families that then incentivize people to give either tax breaks or to work or to just build back a societal structure that makes people feel like what they're building is actually a society that is downstream from their family. Like, it's, yeah, I think the social issues in the UK need to actually be fixed before anything can be fixed.
In a nutshell, reducing the size of the welfare state, reducing all the spending and throwing that money back into those who are seeking to grow, those who are seeking to start businesses, those who are seeking to get a career promotion, those who want to join a startup and get stock options, like all of that, we've got to incentivize. But VAT is a big one. Corporation tax should not be 25%. Employment legislation we're going in the wrong direction on that, and that should be, obviously we should be deregulating and going the complete other way, in the same way that Mississippi have done, and that is creating huge amounts of wealth and economic opportunity for people. So there is so many areas in which we can do that, but Land of Opportunity was more about exploring the sort of cultural side of it.
Mm-hmm. But it is interesting, just to make a specific observation there, and it's good to hear that you're talking about tax in what I think is the right way, which is, yes, we all want, like, taxes should be lower, right? But actually just cutting taxes isn't necessarily always the answer in and of itself.
Yeah.
And actually thinking as much about the cliff edges and the incentives built into the tax system can be as important as the overall level. Obviously, we want the overall level to come down, but also you need to think about those incentives built into the system.
I wonder, is it unpopular to talk about deregulation and stuff? Because sometimes I look at myself and I'm like, dude, you're just a right-wing capitalist. Like, shut up. Stop trying to be edgy. But then I'm like, no, I'm definitely not that. Like, I got some way different views and opinions on things. But I just think this stuff is a no-brainer. Like, I'm like, this isn't being right-wing, is it? This is just common sense, surely?
If it's almost you think about the messaging behind the tax system, right? Because it's obviously like, yeah, great, no taxes. Who doesn't want that? But like you said, it's not just simply about slashing taxes. It's about what's the messaging behind that tax or that regulation, right? And so again, like VAT, which is one that comes up all the time if you speak to small businesses. Even if you moved VAT to 250k, it would cost the taxpayer money to do that. Fine. It would allow people to grow for a little bit longer. Fine. But essentially, you're still saying at 250k there'll be a cliff edge, or 500k there'll be a cliff edge. So, are there tax reforms that can just erode that out? A tapered system, for example, was explored, and that's something that's got
Well, he didn't address what the messaging behind that is as well. The messaging behind that is, if you have money, you know, you just do what you need to do with it. But when you spend it, that's when we're gonna take money. So I guess you could say that disincentivizes spending money. But I guess he's not saying about getting rid of it. He's saying if you get the tax break on it, then that basically encourages you to spend your money within the business. And that's obviously why VAT exists, like to just encourage business owners to spend money. But yeah, you can grow a business much easier with a VAT threshold like that. I know VAT law helps my business a lot because I always ensure that I spend so that I'm under the necessary thresholds. But yeah, I do find myself sometimes at a bit of a stagnation, but like maybe a stalemate where I'm like, at some point I'm gonna have to dip really further in and take the VAT hit to grow my business, and I'm not talking about spending. I'm talking about making money so that my business can have more liquid capital and build it up, and then just pay the taxes on it. So it would be great to get a bit of a tax relief there, so that I can have liquid capital without being concerned about my extra money that I make being taxed away by daddy government, or not even daddy government, fucking devil government, Father Satan government.
And that exists right across our system, right? Right across the largest tax code in the world, or the second largest tax code in the world that we do have, which is absolutely absurd. But that is the problem, right? It's just so large, and you can't see the wood from the trees anymore. Contrast that with America. It's like abundantly clear when you go over there. The message is invest, create wealth, and be long-term in it. Because they will penalise if it's short-term, right? So the capital gains rate is higher if you get in and out of a position quick, or in and out of an investment quick. If you hold it for 5 years and it's a qualifying startup, then it's reduced. So the messaging there is absolutely clear. It's like invest in startups, invest in businesses, save for the long term, and hold for the long term, right? So whether it's in startups or whether it's the example I gave earlier about regenerating a decrepit old high street building, it's like the message is we believe the individuals and the private sector are the right ones to deliver so many outcomes that government need to deliver, right?
That's really
I feel like the messaging around firearms is also just as important, because people always say, what about this, what about that, what about this rate? And I can talk to them about the statistics and stuff like that, but the fundamental message is you have a right to protect your life. That there's no stat, there's no law, there's no person, there's no justification. Even, you know, I've lost my child, even a child passing away, like, bro, there is nothing more important than the message of you are responsible for your own life. And firearms give that messaging. So I think that kind of goes along with his messaging concept as well.
interesting. And we're about to run out of time, but just to turn this on its head one last time to wrap up, what could the States learn from us on this stuff, if anything?
What could the United States learn from Britain with regards to the creation of wealth?
Yeah.
Lol.
I think they learned that about 250 years ago. And that's, I mean, that is the bit that's so, A, gives you hope that we can get back to it for sure with the right type of politics and the right type of culture. But it also makes you a little bit down, is the fact that so much of what you see in America that works with regards to the enterprise and the creation of wealth, you know, that came from here. They just nurtured it in the correct way, and that's the real difference. It's not a difference in the inherent gifts of the British people and the inherent gifts of the American people, not at all. Like, I think that we have some of the most gifted people in the world, whether it's scientists, innovators, you know, small business owners, traders, you know, everyone from...
I agree. I wouldn't want to be from anywhere but Islington, North London, baby. Because, yeah, UK people are disproportionately unique. The only other place I'd say people are more disproportionately unique is Jamaica. Jamaicans have a significant influence based on how small and, you know, the lack of, like, economic prowess and stuff. So the amount of influence they have in the world is crazy, considering that. Yeah, other than that, man, UK is definitely in the top 4 for, like, how many interesting, sharp people you can meet from such a small place, I suppose. Lots of people, but, you know. But yeah, man, the potential is just down the drain with it. I think UK citizens should actually move to America. I think we should all get up, go to America. I know I bang on about it, but there's a lot of land there, man. We could actually start our own town, British town. Imagine, bro, British town, Arizona, British town, Florida, or some other shit, man. You know, because they like to tell me on TikTok, you're not British. I'm like, dude, whatever. I'll be whatever I need to be. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Igbo town, Black British town, Black British town West. Okay, now I'm getting excited. All right, let's finish it off.
You know, so that's one. But the difference is, you know, how do we nurture it? Right? It's like, and America have nurtured that talent and incentivized it very well. And I think we, on the other hand, have really lost sight of it. And I think it's time that our politics across all aisle try and learn from American politics that the American dream is bipartisan, and we should have a British dream that celebrates aspiration, enterprise in a.
But nah. It's too corny to try and take. See, this is the thing now. Now that it's getting exposed to everyone, the reality that the UK sucks and that the USA is doing far better. It's slowly being exposed from people like me on TikTok, and you know, it's slowly being exposed. But now we look corny every time we copy the USA because we're like in denial, like, no, it's not better, da, da, da. And then we're just like looking over, like, you know what I mean? And it's like, oh yeah, we're the British dream. It's like, oh, you copied that from America. We might as well just wholeheartedly just embrace it, move over there, just get, you know, British, American citizenship, and just make a concept for like British expats or British people that have moved to America to make us cool. You know how like you can be like a Nigerian British person, or you know what I'm saying? And it's like that's like a subculture now. I feel like there should just be a subculture of like Brits that just fucking had enough and moved over. We call ourselves like rebels or something. That's why I got my page on TikTok 1776 now, tracking my journey moving from the UK to the USA. But that's what we need. Like just turn to rebels. Just like, yeah, I live on Rebel Street, Black British West, District 9. Yeah.
Bipartisan way.
Well, that sounds like a good place to end to me. Andrew, thanks for coming on. And the videos that you've recorded, the interviews that you've done across the pond with these experts who work in different industries around politics and policy in the States will be dropping on the IA YouTube over the coming weeks. So do keep an eye out for those. Thank you for joining.
Go on, bad man. All right, why America's poorest state is richer than Britain. Thank you guys. That was a nice little live. I had fun. I got excited. Pause. And we've wrapped up with a nice little video. The stream's going good, man. We're going to get a lot of content coming out now. So stay tuned. I actually got like technically like 30 videos I could release. I might release this one straight away though, because I really like this one. It's succinct and it matches the live stream well.